Oh shit. I might have burped on stream. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, dudes. What's up, nerds? How are we doing? Hi, Finding Koji. Welcome on in. It is a May. Are you on TikTok? Is that where I know your name from? I guess your picture looks familiar.
Hello, beautiful.
Thank you, blonde. It's not as bad as you, apparently. Well, guess who is less snotty than she was yesterday? It's me. I'm doing a lot better snot-wise, and also just kind of in general. Also, I'm uploading our reaction from yesterday. My voice is still a little messed up. I gotta show you guys this. Oh, I gotta start recording. Me too. Oh, and Twitter. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm definitely sounding a lot better. Let me throw us to gamer time real quick. I want to show this to you guys. Tell me if this is too much. I want a genuine answer. Do we think this is too much? I could change it. Hi, Miss Squiggly Bones. Welcome on in. If this is too much, we could tone it down a little bit. We could. If we so choose. I didn't know what to put as like my little like text, so I just kind of chose Bricky, my DMs are wide open. Cause it's a 4-hour long video. Like, what am I supposed to say? You know? Like, it seems alright to you, okay. If you want it, win it more, it would be more obvious. This feels too borderline. I don't know how to make it any more obvious that it's a bit. I think I'd need an example of how to make it more. No, we talked about that. We talked about doing the bricked up one, but that was a little too much even for me. Comic Sans? Okay, you're right. You're so right. It was too serious of a font. Oh, that looks so bad. That looks so awful. Oh, that looks so bad. This looks like I made it in paint. It shouldn't be a good thumbnail. That's our issue. It's a good thumbnail right now. Oh, okay. I can bold it. I forgot. There we go. Guys, that looks too bad. I can't handle it. I can't read it anymore, honestly. Well, okay, so here's what I thought about doing originally. Let me show you guys. So having it these be red. The issue is that the background is red too. I appreciate the joke / bit, but if the genders were reversed, it would be a bit sus. Would it? Like, I have a genuine question about that. Would it? Because, like, I feel like it definitely could be, and I could be in the wrong here. That's why I'm asking. It changes the emphasis. It wouldn't be sus. My hope is that one day we can live in a world in which men and women can banter like this. Guys hitting on girls is always sus though. That's so true. That's so true. Like, I wish that this was, cause like this feels like there are like some men on the internet that if they did something like this, I'd be like, that's very funny. But there's some men on the internet where if they did this, I would not be funny. Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where it's like, yes, if it was a dude, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know how to, this is one of those things where I'm like, maybe I'm a little too autistic. Yeah. Cause like, I was just thinking about it and like, he wouldn't, but if like Wolfie VGC did this on a react video on someone's Pokemon thing, and he was like, yo, random girly pop, my DMs are wide open. There's something about that idea of like, you can contact me that makes me feel a lot more comfortable. You know, like it would be weird if I was like, Bricky, I'ma hit you up. Yeah, it's true. I think it's a good question, a good thing to examine. Oh no. This is entirely a I am manifesting this in 2026. I'm gonna get a man in 2026. Also, I did bring up Wolfie VGC because he is another one where I'm like, my DMs are always open for you, Wolfie. My DMs are always open for you. I don't know enough about Pokemon, but you know what? I could learn for you. Okay, so we'll export this. But that's the thing, is that I feel like if somebody did it to Imaru's made it very clear she has dealt with that stuff before. Like if Bricky was like, hey guys, I'm really tired of people finding me very hot on the internet, you know? Yeah, it also has to do with the power dynamic, yeah. Again, if Bricky is like, hey, this makes me uncomfortable, I will change this in a heartbeat. I am not gonna dig my feet in. I'm not gonna care about if the bit is not worth someone else's comfort ever. Okay, I will do a heck of a lot of things for a bit, but I won't put it above someone else's comfort. That's very, very important to me. So I do want that to be very well known, that if he were to be like, hey, change this, I would in a heartbeat. I'd private the video if he asked me to. Like, I'm not afraid. I did put in the description. The only thing in the description is Bricky, my DMs are literally so wide open, it's probably a security threat. And then my links. I guess I should link to his video as well. That's good practice. Let's see. There it is. And then share, copy. Also, like, I watched basically the whole thing. Basic human decency in this economy? I know, it's crazy. Ricky's cross to bear. I think it is a super interesting societal topic. I don't think it's like a thing to spend a heck of a lot of time on, but I do find it very interesting. Okay, so apparently it is 57% of the way through. Got 24 minutes left, and then it'll hit the airwaves. I'm hoping this is the one for us, babes. You know, I'm really hoping this does it for us. This will give me a bunch of Bricky fans. I don't know, Warhammer fans. And then they can be here for when I do Gunpla. What if instead of Bricky, my DMs are open, it was the Library of Alexandria is healing? Oh my god, fine. Incredible. No, you're more than enough. I just need a bunch of people to come lurk. I've got more than enough active of a chat. I'm pretty blessed. I have a very active chat. I've said this many times, I think. I'm very blessed for that. Also, hi Palix. I'm sorry I didn't say hi. Yeah. Oh, stop shaming me. No, Nephew, I'm still pretty sick, so I really do not want to infect them. So I'm gonna wait. Even with a mask, I don't want to risk it. So I'm gonna wait until I'm feeling a little bit better. And then head there. I was thinking maybe tomorrow. Possibly. I'm gonna remove that one specifically. And then that. And then we'll move this guy up here. I like having this little guy here. Guy's in a good spot. And then we love Markiplier in the corner. Oh yeah, I've not left the house and for a reason, you know. Any of the Warhammer characters you found hot except Brick? I haven't really gotten to look at a lot of them. The Blood Angels guy looked pretty hot. But I don't remember his name. Oh, we have a thing to read about. I'm gonna make it so less overstimulating for you guys. You're gonna be like, wow, our simulation is gone. Okay. Korvax. I do like a pretty boy. I love a man that gives vampire. Korvax Warhammer. Corvus Korvax. He does not look like a pretty boy in this art. What? Oh, okay, that's very pretty boy. Now that's giving Goth King, and I love that. Hi, honey, welcome on in. Is he a crow man? He is. He is. Here, I'll switch this over to gamer time. Look at that. That's a real pretty boy. Thank you so much for the sub, Miss Squiggly Bones. Huge a breeze. Thank you, thank you. We're glad to have you in the greenhouse. Yeah, see, in some of these, he's not looking very pretty boy. Was Markiplier? Oh, he's been funny since he did the FNAF videos. Yeah. I've been watching him since before then, not to brag. Yeah, like in some of these, he's given real pretty boy, but and then in others, he's given real like, this is Guillemot Savior? Let me guess, he's the savior of a peoples. Oh my gosh. Reboot Guillemot. The Logistics Primarch. He's the current favorite son? Man. I thought Bricky was the favorite son. That's such a good... He's got such big arms too. Hi Rainbow! Thank you for the 7 stream streak. No, but like, did you look at his arms? Have you guys inspected those arms yet? Look at that. Look at those arms. That's pretty great. That's pretty great. Not gonna lie. Gotta love that. Sick. Sick. Just like me. Whoa, Harp coming in hot. That's crazy. I mean, I don't disagree, but you know. Anyone wearing a feathered cape is winning already. That's very true. I would definitely agree with that. 100%. We're 67% of the way. Chat is so thirsty these past few days. Well, it's because chat is a reflection of the streamer. This snot has made me thirsty, apparently. It is when I am at my lowest that I feel the most confident that I could attract a man, apparently. God, you're so right. I know. I know. It's Warhammer, of course I'm thirsty. Don't bonk me. The politics sound really interesting to me. I think it'll be nice to learn a little bit more about that. Dude, Bricky has a video called The Philosophies of Expedition 33, or How I Learned to Stop Painting and Love the Canvas. That's like, there's layers to that one. That's pretty sick. I don't think I've given him the compliment of saying he is very smart, but he seems extremely smart. He's been making videos for 10 years? That's so cool. He's been at this a very long time. He used to do League of Legends content? How did I not know about him 10 years ago? I was into League then. Hi, Mage. There is a chance that I watched some of his League content and I just don't remember. That's so funny. Wow. I'm learning so much about his past. It's crazy when someone's been on the internet for this long. It's like looking at Markiplier's old videos. I kind of love that he's looked the exact same for 10 years. That's kind of wild. How I'm feeling about these VTubers I've recently heard about? What do you mean? Hi, Vanelli. Wow, he used to be a Let's Player. I mean, he's kind of still a Let's Player, but that's crazy. Wow. It's so funny that he's like kind of known as like the Warhammer guy in my head when he like does so many other things. I guess that's what he's most famous for. Sorry, I'm reading through his stuff. I should stop. He contains multitudes, yeah. I've missed so much lore. I wish I was here in 2020. I started in 2022, I think. Yeah, that's true, Tona. I'm glad to hear that, Vanali. I'm not to brag, but I feel like I'm pretty clippable. I've learned to embrace that fact about myself. I didn't get one today because I spent, what, literally 3 hours editing that video this morning. I almost got up at 2 a.m. when I got woken up and went to go work on it, and I was like, no, May, that's kind of weird. So instead, I just kind of laid in bed thinking about Warhammer LARPs. It was pretty exciting, I'm not gonna lie. He has a second channel? Of course he does.
I was a little bit curious as what.
Dude, has he ever played RimWorld? Why is that the first thing I think of? He's never played RimWorld on stream? Okay, I need it. He needs to, okay, he doesn't need to, but I think he'd like RimWorld. League players are toxic now, before players were less toxic? I don't know. I played in college and they were toxic then. I bet he didn't complete RimWorld. You could show him how to do it. Yeah, I could. I mean, I've beaten RimWorld. I don't mean to like say that like it's that big of a deal, but it is. It's that big of a deal, honestly. So. Oh my god, yeah. Hey, Bricky, if you want to play RimWorld, I'll teach you how. Oh, okay, okay. Will do. I do like Factorio. I had to take a break from it. Yeah. Hit him with that "let me help you, sweetie" when making a colony. It really does. And like, I think I figured out I think I have a cold and not a flu. But I don't really know. My mom said that if my throat keeps hurting, I need to go see a doctor. But like, also, I don't have health insurance, so really don't want to do that. Yeah, like I could play Balatro. Thank you for shaming the common cold. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, thank you for being thorough. I appreciate that. I find it so interesting that like I think it's pretty hard to actually find videos that are like good to react to. Like one of the reasons I think VTubers often react to the same thing over and over again, like as a group of people, and also just react people in general, is because like once you find a video that is good to react to, it's like you can just lots of people could react to it. I mean, I'd like to think I made an 1.5 hour long video into a 4 hour video. So my hope is that I actually added stuff to it. You need the combination of good video plus good to react to. Yeah. Yeah. What's a kitty doing up there? I don't know. I just kind of put it there. I feel like I was saying something. I was in the middle of saying something and then I just completely let it slip from my brain. Thanks, Tony. I'll get some water. I'm actually gonna get some Sprite. I have 4 different drinks over here. Don't talk to me about it. I have a tea, I have a Sprite Zero, and I have 2 bottles of water because we are going to hydrate today whether I like it or not. So. Oh, thank you. We're gonna get better. We are going to get better. Hydrate or dihydrate, so true. I'm gonna try to get some more clips done tonight after stream, and then hopefully edit the video for our reaction today. So that's my hope, at least. But we'll see. Let's all be so hydrated. We should all, yeah. Everyone have something to drink if you haven't. Oh, Palix, very true about League. It does bring out the worst in people. What is dice check? I'd love to learn the lore behind Magic the Gathering. Like, I know there's at least some lore, like you're supposed to be this person who's like jumping through different dimensions or something like that. I know that you're supposed to be like a traveler. A planeswalker, yeah, that's it. For sure. Sorry, I'm also just I'm like kind of stalling because I want this to upload before we start watching our other video. How much do I want you to explain? Is there a video we could watch? Not that I don't want you to explain, because I also need to read your explanation of what was it? Okay, so oh, from other players. Okay. Well, I'm gonna read the little thing that Harp wrote, if that's okay with you, Harp. I assume so. Oh, magic lore is pretty simple. Some beings have what is called a spark. It enables you to tap into the mana of different realms and travel to them as well. These people are called planeswalkers. Hi, HH. It's good to see you. Bo! How are you? I hope you're doing well, darling. It's good to see you. Okay, so we're gonna learn about the Blood Angels real quick. This is courtesy of Harp. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm learning about Warhammer, so the Blood Angels, known as the 9th Regiment before the Primarch arrived during the First Great Crusade, were fully considered as outcasts, even among other Space Marines. When recruiting, they often pulled in those considered lowborn into their ranks. Even worse, the organ that allowed memory transfer when consuming the Fallen took to the 9th Regiment a little too well. Plus side, it meant new recruits got to combat readiness in just a simple meal. Okay. Downsides, it gave the 9th Regiment a small, insatiable craving for the flesh of the fallen, which is horrifying to witness when you have no idea why the Space Marines took off their helmets, look drop-dead beautiful, and are currently consuming the bodies of Terrans, Xenos, and other Marines in mass. So hot. Love that. Very skilled at their jobs, very notably brutal. Trained and hardened in environments that tended to be considered extreme even by their standards. Mix the growing stigma against them and their particular proficiency, they kind of self-perpetuate and worsen their reputation by growing worse and worse about it themselves. Like an entire legion of Doom guys from Doom, if that makes sense. I don't know anything about Doom. For the longest time they lacked their Primarch, so they were fairly aimless on top of that. Then in walks the Angel Primarch Sanguinius, an uncharacteristically tender man, especially for a son of the Emperor. Sanguinius, in response to meeting his legion of clones, knelt before them and pledged his service to his own men. Hot. This alone did incredible things to begin to shift the attitudes and demeanor of the Blood Angels. The Primarch showed them kindness, humility, and love. All the things they'd been starved of for millennium. It showed them alternative ways to deal with the darkness in their hearts, through the arts and through culture, encouraging creative outlets and enjoyable virtues of society to not only calm them, but also smooth over their reputation. The Blood Angels became known as something not just human for once, but paragons of culture and beloved by many. They found discipline and joy in what they are protecting. Need to reiterate, Vampire Jesus dropped in randomly one day and changed these goobers practically overnight. This was lovely and all. And then the Horus Heresy! The Horus Heresy! Hi, always eating. Welcome in. I'm glad I got recommended to you, and I'm glad you came by. I also don't know much about Warhammer. But we're having a good time learning about it. And then the Horus Heresy! Horus tricked the Blood Angels by sending them to an important mission a few light years away. He was head of the military. He had authority to do this. With them gone, Horus strikes down Sanguinius in a violent and horrid manner. This act of betrayal and the murder of a man this legion loved set within the DNA of all Blood Angels a kind of super PTSD, known as the Black Rage. That old darkness comes back up like a time bomb, where they are afflicted with horrid visions of the heresy through the eyes of Sanguinius and their brethren charging the palace gates. This sends them into a fugue/berserk state that many Marines don't ever come back from. Wow, that's so cool! Thank you for telling us that, Harp. Also, welcome on in, It's Q. Doom Guy is literally just a guy who is too angry to die, and he made it all of hell's problem. Oh. So they're vampires even down to having the beast within them? Yeah. We have one. It's just not called Notes. I think it's called Right. It's just not animated. I do have one that's a nod one that's animated. It's okay. It's not it should be under Notes, but it's not because I never know how to name emotes. Oh my goodness, 6 minutes left on our upload. I should reiterate, they tore through dead bodies like a Chinese buffet. Once again, hot. So cool. Love that for them. Glad they have an identity that they cling to and understand. Incredible. All right. So we got like 5 minutes left. I think I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Because I've been staying hydrated and you guys better be staying hydrated too. And then after that, maybe we can get started on our other stuff. I've seen pictures of Sanguinius. I don't think so. Oh, I'd love... Oh, that's so interesting. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. He had wings, just real wings. Yeah, this Constantine comparison with Gabriel. Oops. Love that. Hi, Pope. It seems like people have really different interpretations of what he looks like. could have him as my wallpaper. That's sick. Did you guys know you could have me as your wallpaper? It's in the Discord. I just learned about them, Lucas. They sound so good. Hi, Electric Angel, welcome on in. Yeah, I'm here to thirst a little bit more about Bricky. I am your wallpaper? That's so nice, thank you. See, it's supposed to... We got 3 minutes left. I do feel like I could spend forever learning about specifically those guys because they're so vampire coded. Hi, Wi-Fi, welcome on in. I think I'm gonna take a real quick break and then that video should be uploaded and we should be good to start on our second video. Oh, frozen by the head pats. That's okay. Thank you, Bo. There are space wolves? Now hold on. I guess if there are space vampires, there are gonna be space wolves. Okay, I'm never gonna be able to go to the bathroom if you guys keep saying interesting stuff in the chat. I'll BRB. Okay, Sorry that took me a minute. I started watching a heated rivalry clip and I needed to finish watching it. I'm sorry. I love my hockey players. Love my little hockey players. Oh, yeah, we're learning about well, Warhammer. We're having a good time. So I'm glad we shamed Taurus. Thank you, thank you. Okay, well, the video still has to process, which is totally fine. I think. I assume that's fine. I don't know. We are hockey, you mean the boy aquarium? So true. Oh, I gotta do my little intro thing, so hold on. Sorry, I'm so snotty. What's up, goobers? No, I gotta do it. I gotta be more excited. What's up, goobers? Welcome back to our second reaction to Bricky and I guess his Warhammer videos or whatever. I'm excited to learn about every single Warhammer faction re-explained part 2. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you enjoyed this content, you can always find me on twitch.tv/Gremlin Mae, where this is being recorded right now live. I guess right now doesn't really work for in the video or what. Anyway, let's get into it.
This video is.
Oh my god, Bricky, calm down. I too am very excited, but we did not need to start on that immediately. Okay, we got it. It is not open. I'm so sorry, Phoenix. Hold on. We in the May radio station? Yeah. In front of a live studio audience. So true. Okay, tits is up. I'm sorry, Phoenix. I didn't mean to do that to you. All right. Let's start this. Since I had to rewatch the video in order to edit it, essentially. I do think I've got a pretty good grasp on the stuff we learned yesterday, but I may prove us very wrong about that, so we'll see.
Two-part series on every faction re-explained. If you've not seen part 1, you were either snatched by the YouTube algorithm, or you don't let anything, not even common sense, hold you back. And for that, well, I wish I could be that strong. The quest to find the Primarchs was expansive and treacherous, to the point where they really should write a book about it. Despite never seeing the Emperor before in their lives, the Primarchs all instinctively knew who the Emperor was. Whether it's his psychic connection to him or just plain old intuition, the giant golden god is a bit of a giveaway, the Primarchs all lived their own lives, and some lived substantially better lives than others. Rabute Gilliman of the Ultramarines wrote
That scared me so bad. Also local. You got some competition over here. With this 10 bits from Synapsis. Thank you so much. In the Old West, cowboys traveling home in the dark used to tie a lantern to their horse's saddle to help them find their way. It was an early form of satellite navigation. Great first time chat. Thank you so much, Synapsis. Yeah. Okay, so there's also a note down in the bottom that says, "Hey gamers, editor here. Somehow Richard managed to record Discord notifications and his voiceover. Here are only a few. Don't worry, just didn't want y'all to be confused. That's so funny.
Rose through the ranks of his world and ended up turning an entire sector into a high-functioning society, where others, like Mortarion, lived on the poisonous hellscape of Barbarous under the boot heel of his own adopted father. When the Emperor arrived, some wanted to play a little bit of catch with their dad at first, and some didn't trust the baseball bat he was carrying, and some didn't want to play at all. Eventually, one by one, the Emperor returned his sons to his side to bring them back together as.
Is the whole having a wolf on your shoulders thing like a motif for these Primarchs? Because like Horus had one and so does this guy, unless that's also Horus.
One happy family. A family who needed a good cleaning. Are you tired of boring old soap? Is your son the foulest being ever? Do your eyes sting when he comes near? Well, clean that man right back up with the power of Cheeky. That's right, the brand new moisturizing bar soap.
He got me again with the ad read. He's so good at this.
So brought to you by Moist Critical and Bricky approved. Nurgle hates it, but you'll love it. Bar soap is always so sticky and has a ton of fuss, but now you'll be glowing to the surprise of Lehman Russ. Cheeky soap is so good, we didn't even take it down.
I know, he really does jump scare you with it.
We love this soap so much, we are operating on 100% commission. We are supported purely and only by those of you who buy Cheeky. It is the best bar soap we have ever used. That is not a hyperbole. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Take it.
I need some new
Bricky's
soap.
Right. It's very good.
Enjoy a multitude of flavors, including lo-fi lavender, pulp Francis, just soap, touch grass, and absolute cinnamon. Cheeky alone has made me swap back to bar soap as my primary choice. No more liquid soap for this brick. Cheeky is the play. Go ahead and go to useshiggy.com/Bricky or code Bricky for 10%.
Whoa, Giga!
These videos. That's code Bricky at useshiggy.com/Bricky or click the link in the description to learn more. Get clean now.
Well, he sold me. Oh, I love bar
so
soap.
half his sons turned on him after the Emperor was able to.
Yeah,
bring
Giga
all
has
of his
a
sons back into
Giga has a bar soap with him. Giga's schmelling. Giga's so cool. Bahami mommy. The touch grass looks really good. Or the spope. I'd get the Giga one just to support Gigan. I don't know. Giga, I don't know if I'd like Melon, but. Yeah. Giga just seems really mature. All of her takes are, I agree with pretty much all the time. Hi, Jaybird. Anyway.
the fold again. He sent them on their way with his end goal in mind, reclaiming the lost worlds of humanity. Each of his Primarchs fanned out across the galaxy to accomplish this goal.
Oh, since I've mentioned it, if you guys, I don't know if any of you are interested in the bar soap, I'll link it in chat.
But the one they were expected to report to was his favored son, and the first one found, allegedly, which was Horus. Horus was granted the title of War Master, and he certainly lived up to Big E's expectations.
Thank you for pinning it.
Very specific and set by Big E himself to all of his sons. However, either intentionally or not, the Emperor did not mention to his sons some of the more chaotic aspects of the galaxy. Horus himself, while in the process of reclaiming a more advanced human world, was informed of the existence of chaos gods, a factoid that Horus initially did not believe. To him, it was a bit unfathomable to think that his father would emit such significant information on the inner workings of the galaxy. However,
LMAO.
he soon realized this was the truth, and this betrayal was unacceptable. With the astral
It feels like the opposite of finding out that like Santa doesn't exist. You know? It's like, I can't believe my parents made up these chaos gods, and this is the reverse. It's like, Why did my dad omit telling me about these chaos gods?
Astronomical weight put on his shoulders, and his father immediately leaving it all in his hands, combined with the slow corruption of his mind by those closest to him, he began to change his tune. Horus began amassing a following behind his father's back with several other Primarchs and began to formulate plans to usurp him from his throne on Terra. While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra, and that resulted in the shattering of a protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure—
Like, if there is anyone who looks like they are ready to take over Daddy's throne, it's Horus. Like, I'm not gonna lie, they made him look like he's ready to take over his daddy's throne. Like, they made it work. So Horus's combo power lightning fist, lightning claws are so sick. They look sick. Do you get extra points for bilingual puns? Only if I can understand them, and I don't know any other languages, so probably
that it would
not.
continue to function. Ultimately, half of the Primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers.
Lot of
Horus
daddy
eventually
issues.
gained the upper hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough, the Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself on the Vengeful Spirit, his flagship. The Emperor faced down his son, and after a heated battle and 64 novels, the Emperor managed to obliterate Horus on a subatomic level, but not before his favorite son was able to mortally wound the Emperor. As the dust settled and the traitors fled from Terra, the Emperor's body was dragged back onto the Golden Throne, where it sits permanently to assure that it continues to function. A corpse forced to constantly hold back the horrors of the warp and guide humanity with his pale light. And that light is flickering.
Horus Super
From there,
Bowl.
the remaining
So
members
true.
of the traitors to the Emperor fled to their
Have we ever seen Horus and Northern Lion in the same room before? I don't know, just something to think about.
respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the Long War, the spiteful, and to them, the wronged. Those who would let the galaxy burn if it means the Imperium gets caught in the flames. These are the
Chaos Space Marines! It's Du Bois again.
And what are the achievements of your fragile Imperium? It is a corpse rotting slowly from within while maggots writhe in its belly.
Let's go!
It was built with the toil of heroes and giants, and now it is inhabited by frightened weaklings to whom the glories of those times are half-forgotten legends. I have forgotten nothing, and my wisdom has expanded far beyond mere mortal frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as we knew it at the time, and half of the Space Marine legions fell to the ruinous powers. Though the favored son, War Master Horus, was killed and the rebellion ended, the heretical forces retreated to the warp and remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes them to suit the needs of their patron deity. Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape, and according to them, they have never been more free. After the heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very—
If someone's like, I've never felt more free, you know that they are currently imprisoned by something psychically. Like, they've gotta be. For sure.
strict in their organization, and their separation into separate chapters with capped numbers and other formalities was done to prevent any form of heresy from happening again. The Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to Chaos in the first place. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and the Night Lords, are supporters of Chaos undivided, either enjoying the powers of all Chaos gods or sometimes shunning them altogether. But a few of them follow a very specific Chaos god, Thousand Sons are followers of Zeech, the Death Guard follows Nurgle, Slaanesh has their claws in the Emperor's Children, and the World Eaters are avid followers of Khorne. From there, the legions themselves are separated into roaming war bands that may go under their own unique names or may stake a claim to one of the primary legions. Most of the gear and armor of a Chaos Space Marine remains the same, but stylistically it changes quite a bit to reflect the intention of the legion or their patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become
Okay, so all right, Blonde, make sure you put it in the right spot. Bye, Gwen. I was gonna say, so each of those guys that he listed off are like the armies, right? That you can buy and stuff. Also, we're about to hit ads on Twitch, so I'm going to run to the restroom. Yeah, themes. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Run to the restroom. I will be right back. Would like to know if those guys he listed off. Is that what you mean by themes? Like army themes? Who suggested Warhammer again? Petra. So, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I did want to look up okay, this is what I wanted to look up. I just like I don't even know what the thank you. I don't even know what the figurines look like. So it's been so long. So the starter set is $210. Okay. That's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Looks like it comes with a million bajillion little guys. Okay. These are Space Marines. The fire team sets. You did mention that, yeah. But I just want to look at them. I don't have any like I don't know anything about them and I'd like to know a little bit more. The crazy stuff that people paint. Do you have a Yeah, I mean, we were just looking at Gunpla and it was like $20 for putting one together. And like, these guys are so much smaller and less complicated than Gunpla. And like, oh. This is the Ripper Swarm. This is the ultimate starter set. What's this? 200? Yep, 210. Like, I may get some flack for this. I'll say it. These don't look like they're worth that amount of money. I'm not gonna lie. Like, when you can get a Gunpla for 20 bucks, I'm like, like maybe I'm crazy. Do they have knockoff Warhammer 40k models? That would be so funny. Like, these kind of, the big ones look really cool, but that's $170? Well, hi. For what, brother? You're not a true Warhammer fan until you hate Games Workshop. Oh, wow. But those probably aren't allowed in matches. Yeah, but like I mentioned this the other day, I have a friend who plays Vintage Cube in real life with a bunch of his friends, and he has bought like all fake magic cards because those magic cards are way too expensive, and like even regular magic cards are way too expensive. But like the thing is, he plays those matches with his friends, so like it doesn't matter. So like if I would not play Warhammer. I don't care about playing the world's crunchiest game, but I would love to put together some of the models, but exactly. I don't really want to play an official Warhammer tournament, so it's not a big deal to me. So I want like the knockoff version. Right. I mean, fun, but you're arguing that I shouldn't get knockoffs because they're not allowed in tournaments, but I don't care about tournaments, so. Imagine having to buy the individual character sheets for a TTRPG like for 40 pounds. That's crazy. Oh, okay, sorry. It seemed like you were trying to further your point. I did. Arguing was the wrong word. It seemed like you were attempting to further a point, and I was like, yeah, no, you're not wrong. But is this just info on Slanesh? Oh my god, okay. Smash. I'm just saying that the reason people buy it for so much anyways is because they want to play competitive matches. Ah. Let's see, Audio Didactic said, GW official models go all the way up to several thousands of dollars, not discontinued stuff from eBay, no from their storefront 2K easy. Oh. Okay, my problem is I want like the Gundam. I want the Gundam model of Slanesh. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? Do you understand where I'm coming from? Like what I'm asking for? I want to pop the titties into place, you know? I want to make Slanesh. Maybe they just don't make that, but that's totally fine. What is that? I'm gonna look that up, but yeah, I would use the nippers on Slanesh's nips. Oh. Oh yeah, these are like the figures. Oh yeah, we watched someone put one of these together. Audio Didactic, I think you have a good point. I could probably find someone. Here, I'll show you guys. Like, these are the figures. Which, these look really cool, but I really would like something... Like, this looks a little more... Like, I want Gundam, but hot lady. And maybe these guys are Gundam, but hot lady. I don't know. Dude, could you imagine having one of these of me? That'd be so cool. A keeper of secrets? Oh, Whoa! See, the problem is they get me with this. This is sick. Oh, dude. Dude! That's so cool! Why is it $170? Oh! And they made me pay $170 so I can paint it? Shaking my SMH. Shaking my SMH. I can't see these very well. Age restriction? Oh, okay. Oh, they're called Adepta Sororitas. Oh, there's a tank? Alright. I'm starting to get it. Oh, there's a tank, dude. Like it would start with me being like, yeah, this tank is complicated enough. I'd pay $65 for it. I'd pay 60. And then and then somehow this tank is the reason I've spent $900 on Warhammer. Oh, that's incredible. I get it. I get how it happens. There's a knitted hat and scarf. That's crazy. See, I'd be like, nah, $92, that's too expensive. But I'd be like, yeah, 65, that's fine. That's fine. Dude, this is so cool. Like Catholic. God, that looks cool. $92, that's way too expensive. You gonna pay on that? Like, why are these $100? Is it one guy? We're paying $100 for one guy, and you still have to paint him? I don't know. Maybe it's that, and you still have to paint him thing. High Gothic. The Mortifiers? Oh, that's pretty sick. I wish they'd let me zoom in on the product page. That'd be so cool if I could zoom into the product that I would like to buy. So like it opens up and inside of there is that person. That's so sick. Okay, well, I would get that one. And it's only $65. One old one eye. Here's the Carnifex brood. The problem is I spent so much money on this. Although I'd probably like pick my army and be good with that. Adeptus, what were they? Adeptus. Sororitas, thank you. Soror. Yeah, I was trying to remember what word it was based on. Did I spell Adeptus wrong? Warlord Titans. You know, you guys have access to this website too. I'm not like getting on to you about it, but you do have access to the Warhammer.com website. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, then you get into walking cathedrals and the Gothic spaceships. Why did you send a gigantic actually? This one's $2,000. It better be the size of a toddler. Well, thank you so much, Phoenix. The size of your torso, I think? Okay. I bet someone could 3D... Okay, hold on. What is this? Warlord Titan 3D printed. I could buy a resin 3D printer and make this for less than it would take to buy it. Now, I am the type of girly pop that I still would pay a lot of money to have it. Someone's 3D printing a full version of Horus at the moment. That's pretty crazy. That seems silly. But I kind of love that. Hi, Axel. Oh! Mega! Thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. Can I use that on Gunpla? I know you gave it to me. So it's like my money now, but yeah, use it on Gunpla. Wow. That's almost enough to buy a single little plastic bed of Titan. So true. Wow, I'm so fascinated by these models and how they look. We're gonna keep looking at them. I think there were other Titans. Oh, these are expert kits. I could see that. Because it's glue, right? It's the Horus Heresy. Cases? Dude. If you're not pulling up with a case, what are you even doing, dude? This would be my first purchase. Have you seen the fan animations? Not yet. We haven't gotten through all the lore. I got kind of distracted. No, you need one of these for sure. In Tyranid models? Wow. That makes, I mean, like, that feels right for a hobby if you spend long enough on it. I've probably spent at least $1,000, $1,500 on climbing, and I did that for 5 years, so. We gotta finish this Bricky video first. Sorry, I got so distracted. That is one of the things I like to learn is the little memes. I think the memes are so fun. Oh, I gotta turn the music off.
Gaping mouths and plague-filled boils. The World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst, and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's Children armor, nipple rings included, pleases Slaanesh greatly. Due to the taint of chaos, the armor itself becomes less about plating and more about a new skin for any given chaos.
Hi Mari, welcome on in. How are you? It's going good. Life's good. We're watching Bricky right now. I don't know if you know anything about Warhammer. Oh, I've been asked by YouTube to ask you guys about Erebus. Does anyone know anything about Erebus? Lightcore, that doesn't surprise me because you're an anime fan. I don't know why I've been coming at you. I've been told all the homies hate Erebus. Now what does that mean? You know, it means what it's gotta mean. I'll find out when Bricky touches on the heresy. This video is just another Bricky in the wall. Oh, Erebus is a prominent Chaos Space Marine. Okay, I'm sure we're gonna get there soon. Okay, sorry.
Chaos Space Marine. Though the Chaos Space Marines have no true fear of death or numbers diminishing, there are still major recruitment efforts for their legions. However, the conscription of these recruits is a lot more
I forgot to start the window capture. I'm sorry.
chaos fueled and is more of a forced assimilation, and in some instances, breeding. The organ implementations and other modifications are the same, and the necessity of a gene seed remains the same, but the result is a hell of a lot different. Understanding Chaos Space Marines is a difficult exercise. If we took my original video 5 years back and looked at the Imperial Knights section, it mainly focuses on big stompy robots. Now that I understand more, I can discuss the Code Chivalric, the Throne Mechanicum, Squires, and Monarchs, and bring some more context to it all. To assume Chaos Space Marines are simply the opposite side of Space Marines would be foolish, for once you understand the plight of their Primarchs, it can provide a context always needed. Horus himself turned through an old
Okay, I got a comment on YouTube that says, also worth mentioning, the lore is such a mess that the official stance is that there is no canon. Kinda love that. I mean, when you write like 1,000,000 books, that makes sense.
Overwhelming weight on his shoulders and lies told by his father. But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator for his planet's masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain, so experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him. He finally leads a revolt for his fellow gladiators and frees himself from the confines of servitude. The Emperor finds him and says he will take him home, but Angron refuses. He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the final last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators, all of them outnumbered and on the verge of death, the Emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship and none of his compatriots, leaving Angron to live and watch all of his friends die. You kept that mule core Pharaon. Russ kept his kin friends. The lion kept Luther. Humans, brothers, and foster fathers, saved and raised into legion ranks. But not me. Not Angron, no. Did the Emperor teleport his gold-wrapped custodians down to help me in my army? No. Did he free the warhounds and order them to battle? Fight alongside me? No. Did he save my brothers and sisters the way he spared and honored the lion's kin? The way he honored Cor Pharaon? No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron, Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer. Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy, scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder him by his own father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos worshippers with abusive parents, and the Emperor decided the best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The Emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn. The question isn't why the Primarchs rebelled. The question is, why didn't they sooner? To them, they are not the betrayers. They are the betrayed. They were under the boot of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular chaos god, their actions tend to be separate from their legion's actions. Fulgrim, for example, is so infatuated with being a Demon Prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest and sitting around like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations.
I'm sorry, he's constantly being stalked by a... We've got no comment other than that is just the way that it is? Why is he being stalked by a bird? I mean, it's funny. It's good in that delivery, but... It be that way? The fear that somewhere, somehow, a duck is watching you? I mean... It's not paranoia if it's true, am I right? Like, that's crazy.
The Chaos Gods Perturabo was even made a demon prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance that is represented in them. Depending on which faction you follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron deity, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different paths,
So weird.
but together we have come to the same destination. The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium has failed us all. It has failed us by the laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and in the injustices heaped upon those of us who serve the most loyally. It has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us for the blood we shed in bringing about its ascendancy, and never providing unity when we needed it most. It has failed us by being flawed to its core, imperfect in its pursuit of a perfect culture, and in its weakness against the encroachment of Xenos breeds that seek to twist humanity to alien ends. And it has failed us, most of all, by being founded upon lies. The Imperium is forged by a dangerous deceit and erodes us all by demanding we sacrifice truth on the altar of necessity. This is an empire propagated by sin that deserves to die. And here on Istvan V, we begin the purge. From these ashes shall rise the new kingdom of mankind, an Imperium of justice, faith, and enlightenment. An Imperium heralded, commanded, and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves. An empire
It's
strong
heresy
enough
time.
to stand through a future of blood and fire. Naturally.
I will say I've been pausing and commenting a lot, or I did on the last video and not so much on this one. There's just, to me, not a lot to comment on this. We just kind of have to get through it until we get to the Horus Heresy part. But maybe I'm not like paying enough attention or whatever, but
However, as I have said before, Space Marines do not make up the bulk of the fighting force in the Imperium, so it would be ludicrous for me to not mention their dark cousins. The Code Chivalry is the sign of the power of the Imperial Knights. But what about the ruinous powers claimed during the Horus Heresy extended beyond just the Space Marines and the Primals. Mars itself was subject to a revolution that saw half of them fall to chaos as well. And some of the once loyal knight houses saw themselves swearing fealty to the dark gods. The falling of these factions allows for the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted and to have firepower equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Mechanicum, as the name suggests, is the chaos-affiliated branch of the Mechanicus, and have a lot more free reign, much like the freedoms of the Chaos Space Marines. The seeds of the Dark Mechanicum were planted fairly early due to some of the Mechanicum not really seeing the Emperor.
wait, so did the person who did a lot of the Warhammer stuff do Ixion's OST as well? Is that what you're saying? The Dork Mechanicum, the Tech Bros of Chaos. I love that. Wow, that's so cool. I've listened to Ixion's OST before. I like it.
As the Omnissiah immediately, and Horus exploited this to allow the schism to happen a bit more naturally. Unlike their Imperial brothers, the Dark Mechanicum have the ability to invent
Techno-cathedral.
and innovate. What a concept. While also utilizing forbidden technologies such as the Silica Animus or AI. The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires to find lost technologies and put them to use, but they're more interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from Imperial worlds and activating them for their own purposes. Because what good is a bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible? However, instead of being clear-cut and more generalized creations, the inventions of the Dark Mechanicum are inherently tied with the warp and its demons. Genetic experimentation and modification, the fusion of man and machine are exceptionally common, and no creation is more reflective of this than the demon engines. Instead of regular technology, the demon engines
That
are
sounds so
machines
sick.
bound with the presence of demons to make them live.
Okay, I'm gonna do another comparison. Very Horizon Zero Dawn coded.
Living war machines. Unlike the vehicles of the Imperium where a Mechanicus priest may be there to aid in its repair, a Warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate the demon engine so that it can be a more effective killing machine. In certain factions, like the bitter and siege-loving Iron Warriors, they will lure demons with the promise of glory and easy bloodletting, only to then forcibly trap them into these demonic engines to use as weapons of war against the Imperium. Some lesser gods, like Vashtor the Archifane, is also a contract and arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vashtor in the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so, excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity. That's what you signed
Bum
with
deal.
blood and oil. In addition, much like their ties in the Loyalist realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knight houses are deeply intertwined. There were, of course, many Knight houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to War Master Horus during the heresy, but a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed.
Just so that I'm understanding this correctly, the Horus Heresy was a period of time that took place over 64 books, where Horus rose up from his dad. The lore that we are getting is being told over a period of time, which may include the Horus Heresy. I kind of wish I could have a timeline every time he explained things, but that's also quite a lot to ask. Like, where does this fall in the... It's during the 30th millennium or Warhammer 30k. Okay. Is the once I realized the weakness of my flesh copy pasta a normal Mechanicus or a dark Mechanicus? I think it's a normal Mechanicus. Dark Mechanicus sounds edgy, but they don't sound as hardcore. Does that make sense? Like, if you're gonna call yourself the Dark Mechanicus, like, how actually hardcore could you be? Do you get what I'm saying? Maybe I'm wrong. The 40k period is 10,000 years after the heresy. Okay, that helps it put it in perspective in terms of where we are in the timeline.
By warp storms and corrupted into compliance. Many of these Chaos Knights reflect the very early Dark Age technology knights with more corrupted weapons. The Thro Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers,
and they also use AI in the Dark
Mechanicus,
Mechanicus,
to a
right?
monstrosity of wrath and hatred. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to aggravate and bring the machine to their will while combating the corrupted minds of their fallen ancestors. Some of these nobles may do such a good job that they themselves fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. If a noble dies, no worries at all. Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot, a demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead. The Night Worlds also see full corruption as well. Where there were once peasants, there are now cultists, and the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they follow. Some are sent to war by the ruinous powers. Others may protect Dark Mechanicum Forge Worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruinous powers that they are just aimless and reckless, hoping to unravel the fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is still there with the Chaos Knight, but it's hardly the same as it is on the Atlas. As opposed to a beautiful knightly stallion, the knights
that was in the video, that was not your Discord.
Unpredictable monstrosities, fueled in part by the agony of the memories of the ancestors trapped within. An invasion by a house of Chaos Knights is a horrifying thing. One might ask, how do knights enter the battlefield? Normally, they can be deployed via drop.
Hey, Bricky. Hey, I have a question. Hey, Bricky, come here. How do knights enter the battlefield? Could you answer that question for me? I'd really like to know. Thanks. You're the best.
Ships the standard way, but
thank you so
Imperial Knights can
much.
deploy with a drop keep, a gigantic knight keep with like towers and stuff, will hurtle towards the surface like a drop pod and be slammed into the ground with an excessively thunderous crash. Then, massive drawbridges slam down, banners unfurl, and huge horns play the song of their people as these lumbering robots charge out of their, again, drop keep to fight for the Imperium. So imagine what a warp-fueled version of this could look like.
If you get the opportunity, you should kill yourself.
Chaos Knights have such a presence, the warp fluctuates in their tread. They bring doom, dread, and despair across the battlefield. Warp storms occur overhead, and psychic phenomenon cling to them. A Chaos Knight will arrive either in some warp-debased platform, or perhaps a portal itself, or climb out of a pool of blood. As the air gets heavy, the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia, and the sky begins to rain blood, acid, and God knows what else. The horrors of the warp have resulted in a dramatic change.
Okay, they're kind of hardcore.
In the favor of their forces. Though in practice, it is a horror beyond comprehension, their baseline desires don't seem that radical on paper. They are creative builders, working to innovate and improve technology while utilizing anything they can to accomplish their STEM goals. Looking at the dark forces of chaos and the Emperor now on his golden throne, humanity is fractured. The Emperor himself is the guiding light for warp travel for humanity, and in being that exists as a beacon for the entire species. Without him, things would get somehow worse. Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his armies, and half of his Space Marines turned traitor, the Emperor's personal bodyguards are something else entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs and indoctrination. They are built and gene-crafted with science bordering on magic. They number 10,000 strong, and each of them is a hero. They are
the Adeptus Custodes.
Rare is the battle where an Emperor's custodians outnumber our foes. We are ever beset, surrounded upon all sides by heresy and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand resolute, indefatigable, indomitable. Let the enemy come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail. Though the Emperor sits rotting on the golden throne, his talons remain sharp. The talons of the Emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of his talons comes in the form of the Sisters of Silence, psychic blanks that scour the galaxy to claim souls, to fuel the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tide. 1,000 psychers sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the black ships of the Silent Sisterhood. The right hand of the Emperor's protectorate, his golden bodyguards that serve him and only him. These are the Custodians. While the members of the Space Marines went out to take back the galaxy, the Legio Custodes stood back and kept a close watch over the Emperor himself. The Custodes are, in a sense, similar to Space Marines in that they are genetically modified super soldiers clad in power armor, but that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made from the Emperor himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation predates the development of the Space Marines and even the Primarchs. Unlike Space Marine recruitment, where there's a process undertaken when a subject is at least somewhat grown, a Custodian's process begins at infancy. The methods in which they are made are a secret, but what is known is that at the very beginning, each Custodian was made by the Emperor himself. Regardless of the bioalchemical process, the process is exceptionally long and grueling, and only a handful of selected aspirants make it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most regal and effective armor in the Imperium. Commonly, a Custodian is seen carrying a Guardian Spear, an utterly yoked up version of the staves the Praetorian Guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are also clad with specific shields and blades, but the most interesting thing with all of their gear is that due to the meticulous and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor and gear, these items are the same ones they used 10,000 years ago. The Custodians do not age biologically, so some of the veterans in the Guard may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines, they fight entirely as a solo force. When a line of Custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations, there are no squad tactics. Each custodian is the main character, trailed by serfs and servitors, tasked entirely to reload their
Whoa,
weapons.
this is a
They
huge
fight with
departure.
A singular purpose, if not action. Groups of custodians will dispatch enemy after enemy, their spears coming within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow. Their strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each strike deflected is an opportunity to know their enemy more and learn from their patterns.
I've got to say, every single time he introduces a new faction, the way he describes it is like they are going to be the absolute best dudes ever. And like I know that like you can't have one faction that's like obviously awful or something, but like when every single faction is like the bestest faction that's ever factioned, it's just like so funny to me. I don't know how to describe entirely what I'm feeling here. But I mean, like I said this last time, but it does feel often like a kid describing his army where he's like, mine's the bestest. Mine's the bestest. Oh, okay. A meme about psyker sacrifices. Psyker sacrifices. Nom nom. Is that the Emperor? That's so funny. Yeah, or like a salesman. Yeah. I mean, he's selling me on all of these guys being the best, so. I think we actually have seen the Imperial Guard. Did we see the Imperial Guard yet last time? Yeah, those are the cannon fodder, I think. Yeah. Warhammer 40k is what you get when your lore is just distilled power creep. Love that. Love that. Yeah, I guess the Imperial Guard, you're like, yeah, that's very much just a bunch of dudes doing their best. Also, I have to run to the restroom. I will be right back. BRB. The rise of VTubers getting into Warhammer was unexpected. Have you seen Bricky though? Have you seen him? Hard not to. Like, he's into Warhammer. That's nice. Oh, I'm back. Also, that meme about the psychers made me made me want popcorn, so I might have to go make some. So yeah. But also, hi, Dirk. Welcome on in. You're so excited for the wah? What's the wah? It's so cool. Okay. It's the wah! Okay. I'm so excited about the orcs. They're coming up. They're coming up.
Of close combat, enemy knowledge,
Wah!
and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the custodians are a part of the Adeptus Terra, the members of the guard only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the Imperial Palace. The Tower of Hegemon serves as their primary base of operations, but there is a dedicated elite guard of custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the custodians are 10,000 strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name and vanish across the galaxy in a cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperium. Despite
They
their
become
numbers and
spies.
strength, the members of the custodians do not consider themselves to be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as the guardians of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor stood for, and in doing so, the custodians are also artisans and scholars, in addition to being the golden guard of the Golden Throne. However, due to this nature of being protectorates, they have a very strong view when it comes to the Space Marines and the Primarchs. The Emperor himself had insinuated many times that once the galaxy was brought to heel, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore, and they were to go the same way that the Thunder Warriors went before them. The custodians were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner of this will, and are biologically designed not only to be able to take down a Space Marine with ease, but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well. During the heresy, the custodians mused on how suspiciously easy it was to kill Chaos Space Marines, as if they were trained and made for that explicit purpose. Constantine Valdor, one of the closest advisors of the Emperor, was asked if he ever disagreed with Bricky on something.
Hey, Mr. Emperor, dude. It seems like you created these guys that are like really good at killing Space Marines. Is there a reason you happen to have done that? Do you have anything to say about that, possibly? Mr. Emperor, sir? Do you have any thoughts on why you would have done that? Got anything to say about that? Created a bunch of guys that could kill Space Marines. Got a plan for that? Like, come on. Which is why the Primarchs were sent away by their mom. I didn't know they were sent away by their mommy. Also, hi, Titan.
And he said once, with the formation of the Primarchs.
I feel I do my best, but they don't.
Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
Okay, so who's the left and who's the right in this meme? I believe you, they died heroes. I won't ask any questions about the Thunder Warriors and what they may or may not have done before they died. You don't know? Okay, well. Maybe I have to listen back a little bit. Left is Valdor, right is Custodes. Okay. And Valdor is one of the Primarchs? Sorry. Constantine Valdor.
fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
Ah, okay.
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the trained distrust for Space Marines, the
Wild.
Custodians also have evidence for their distrust. The Horus Heresy saw half of the chapters fall to chaos and turn traitor against the Emperor. In the mind of a Custodian, the fact that half of the Space Marines fell before means that the other half can fall with ease. They are fully capable of wiping out literally any force put against them, and in a sense are the final representation of the golden age of terror. However, they are forced to stand in silent and blind service to the Emperor and to the ill of the Imperium. And they, for 10,000 years, have stood vigil over the Imperium and have watched its rise and fall with the inability to do anything about it. While they do go out and fight some battles here and there, at the end of the day, the vastness of the Imperium means that the closest advisors to the Emperor himself are powerless to make any change. But goddamn, can they kill a Space Marine? For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready, always attuned to dangers unseen. Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within, little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years, I did not but wait, yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I tell you this: patience is a weapon. Of course, a threat directly to Terra itself would appear to
So he just kind of made them hang out, and they didn't really do anything except, like, hang out? I can't imagine seeing all he built and stood for be warped and decayed before your eyes. And the reason he couldn't do that is because of how large the Empire was? Like, they couldn't fix it? Okay. Now, I think I'm also confused on the timeline here. Are these guys before or after the Horus Heresy? They're after it, right? Millions of planets. Oh, okay. Wow, I guess I didn't quite understand how large it was. That makes sense. Ooh, sorry. I pulled up Discord. I don't know why I have display capture on instead of window capture. My bad. More than millions. This is faction description timeline doesn't apply here. Okay, interesting. They were created before the heresy and continue to exist in modern era. That helps a lot. Basically, I think the best way to explain the Emperor's choices is that the Emperor kind of meta knew he was in a grimdark story and made preemptive choices to counter the various pitfalls. Okay.
be
All right.
something foolish. It's in the deepest parts of Imperial space. It's one of the most defended bastions in the galaxy. You truly have to be foolhardy or insane to think that you can take on Terra itself. However, one faction certainly got close. In the dark ages of the stars and in a river of misery, there is one faction having a cracking old time. The galaxy sees them as savages, yet they have already figured out the questions of the universe. Their numbers are uncountable, their technology incomprehensible, and yet the violence is so very green. I am, of course, talking about the orcs are the pinnacle.
I'm biased, I
of
like green.
creation. For them, the great struggle is won. They have evolved a society which knows no stress or angst. Who are we to judge them? We Eldar who have failed, or the humans on the road to ruin in their turn? And why? Because we saw answers to questions that an orc wouldn't even bother to ask. We see a culture that is strong and despise it as crude. During the war in heaven,
Love that. We got ads coming up. I'm gonna take a quick break before we get going on the orcs. I'm sorry to kind of edge us on the orcs. But I want to go grab a snack so that I can sit back and really enjoy this. So I will be right back. I'm back. I'm so sorry if that took literally forever, dudes. I wasn't kidding. I said I wanted some popcorn and I got some popcorn. So yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna eat it all. I already gave some of it to my dad. Because I was like, I made too much. But all right. Oh, I haven't thought about okay, so funny thing, Dirk, that you just brought up. Is that I remember painting, I believe, Skaven as a kid with my brother. So Warhammer Fantasy seems really interesting. But I don't know if I assume there are good lore videos for that as well.
Ones were doing their best to spawn
All right,
as
orcs.
many combatants to their cause as possible by seeding the galaxy in a specialized sense. The Eldar were made to be a precise and tactical species to fight off the Catan and the Necrons, but another prominent species was made by them as well. The Krork were warriors clad in ornate armor with more dangerous weaponry. However, things changed, and these warriors changed, and the Krork are no more. They are now known as the boys, the lads, the mates,
The boys.
the orcs. An orc in 40k looks like an orc in most other fantasy media. Hulking, warlike monstrosities with big teeth and worse attitudes. However, unlike the more Tolkien-esque forms of these creatures, the devastating nature of the orcs is in their biology. Unlike most species in the galaxy, the orcs are actually a type of fungus. This fungus itself comes in various forms. The small goblin-like Gretchen and snotlings are a part of this fungal ecosystem as well, and also the squigs, which can be used for basically anything. But regardless of what is a part of the fungal system, all of them are born from spores that land on the ground and grow. As they travel around the galaxy, they drop spores literally everywhere, and then an orc dies, and they drop tons of fungal spores that allows for their numbers to be replenished over a period of time. Because of this, orcs are not only extremely prominent across the galaxy, but they are exceptionally resilient due to their growing cycle. Even if one orc lands on a planet, it will be nearly impossible to get rid
They're
of
so
all
colorful.
of the orc presence unless the planet itself is completely destroyed. And even then, they might find a way to survive. Due to their fungal nature, orcs don't really stop growing, and the more long-lived an orc is, the bigger they get, and the more an orc fights, the bigger they get. Of course, since they're constantly
Love that.
getting the scraps, an orc's lifespan isn't necessarily that long, so the bigger orcs are harder to find. Though alongside this, however, they are a tribe-based species that is comprised of warbands, and the biggest and the strongest orc leads the warband known as the war boss. At the bottom end of the orc tribal system are the Gretchens and the Snotlings. These members act as the servants and slaves of the orcs, and sometimes their actual ammunition, despite being a bit smarter and more cunning than their bigger brethren. Because in orc culture, the biggest is the boss. The smallest gets picked on and thrown around. Beyond the warbands and the tribes, orcs also belong to a specific clan. Tribes constantly shatter and rebuild, but the clans do not. They are, in a sense, a psychological state of being for any given orc, and gives an orc their specific character and traits. And to make things easier, these clans are also color-coded, so that's very easy to tell what orc does
great.
what. Though there are many clans out there, 6 of them are the most prominent and well-known. The Bad Moons are essentially the merchants and have a lot of money because their currency is teeth, and they grow teeth faster than any others. The Blood Axes are the stealth units, and by stealth, it means like slightly more quiet than the others, and they have a love for LARPing as humies. Death Skulls are the scavengers, and the Goths are the close combat specialists. And on the two ends of the spectrum, we also have the tech-savvy Evil Sons, and the more traditionalist and tribal Snakebites. Another major facet of orcs is their religious beliefs. They believe in 2 gods, Gork and Mork. Gork is cunningly brutal, and Mork is brutally cunning. The difference between them, according to orcs, is that Mork...
This makes me think of Morkborg. Love Morkborg.
hits you when you aren't looking, and Gork hits you when you are. There's a lot of confusion as to which one is which, and this results in a lot of infighting. In other species, this would be considered a sort of religious conflict, but for the orcs, it's just another excuse to fight. I have a quote here, but I don't really do a good orc voice, so I'm going to get my co-host of That's Ridiculous to read this one, and I'll try to lip sync it.
Oh, he's more cunning than a grot and more killing than a dread. The boys that follow me can't be beat. On Piscina, we jumped the Marine boys, and our boss pose was covered in the helmets we took from the dead ends. We burned their port and killed their bosses and left nothing but ruins behind. I'm Warlord Gezgul Mac Uruk-Drucker, and I speak with the word of the gods. We's gonna stomp the universe flat and kill anything what fights back. We's gonna do this 'cause we're orcs, and we was made to fight and win.
It's 'cause this fucking sounds terrible. Fighting is the biggest aspect of orc culture, and is essentially their life's purpose. They are genetically hardwired to get into battles and scraps with enemies that can feel pain. The more they fight, the bigger they get. This, combined with them getting bigger over time, means that some of the biggest and baddest orcs of all time have been notably gigantic. The Beast, as he was known, was about the size of an imperial knight. If an orc runs out of other enemies to fight, they will immediately start infighting to scratch the battle itch. For example, in The Warp, a planet exists where a band of orcs are in a constant state of war and battle, and have been for an improbably long amount of time, strictly because how much Khorne enjoys himself watching it. For some, being trapped in a perpetual war planet for all eternity would be a fate worse than death, but to the boys, this is heaven. In the event of a particularly big battle, a massive amount of tribes and warbands will unite under what is known as the Waaagh. The concept of a Waaagh covers a few bases. The first is the group aspect of the massive green tidal wave of orcs fighting for the same cause, the cause being the second base. But the most prominent aspect of the Waaagh is the psychic aspect of it. Remember how the old ones made the Eldar and all the Eldar are psychic? Well, the orcs are too, kinda, but just not as much. Only a little bit of it. And they often don't know how to use it and frankly don't care. But a huge gathering of orcs generates a psychic field that allows orcs to be more organized, dangerous, and dedicated to the war-based cause. However, the true extent of the psychic energy and its usage is relatively unknown, but that doesn't matter considering the outcome 90% of the time. In a similar sense, their ragtag technology and weaponry is also a mystery to most who encounter it purely because of that Waaagh energy. The technology the orcs use seem to be held together with duct tape and plastic glue, and crude doesn't even begin to describe it. Their guns seem to have an inordinate amount of ammunition and firepower, and they are seemingly able to put things together on the fly in the middle of combat. The Imperium is of the mind that the orcs' weapons and machinery only work due to their innate psychic ability, but realistically, orc gear hardly works in the first place. Weapons blow up in a Bugs Bunny-esque manner all the time, and their war buggies can collapse in the middle of battle. Just because it works a handful of times does not mean it's an effective weapon. But this doesn't stop the orcs and their green tide. To really understand the power of the Waaagh energy, orcs can operate purely off of belief. Now, a misconception is that orcs believe something is real and it happens. But that isn't true.
Oh, okay.
Because that's just one orc. However, there's never one orc. There's normally a few billion orcs together, and if they all believe something is true, the warp will tend to respond with a positive green light. Sometimes. Do the red ones go faster? Well, with enough orcs, yeah. How does an orc buggy with an engine block that's just a boulder with vroom vroom written in chalk work? Who cares? Orcs breathing on a ship with a hull breach? Go ahead. An orc went back in time to kill a version of himself so he could have two of his favorite weapons. It is shenanigans. Because of their actions and aesthetic, the orcs tend to be presented in a comic relief sense in a lot of media, particularly the media from their perspective. They are bumbling and loud and goofy British football hooligans, and they say silly things and act in silly ways. But to the citizens of the Imperium, the orcs are far from funny. They are violent and irrational creatures that take humans for punching bags, slaves, or ultimately dinner. They have no moral compass and are violent and brutal killers that know nothing else. They are genetically designed to be a violent species that was capable of beating back the Necrons and the Catan. And if the orcs were ever able to unify under one banner, they would be utterly unstoppable. However, due to their aggressive nature,
I love. Sorry, I'm eating my popcorn so aggressively. Hold on. I absolutely love that the Imperium, who created the Space Marines, and then like 6 other abominations of humankind, genetically engineered, etc., are like, oh, these genetically engineered people who are only here to fight yada yada yada. When did I get my clown nose back on? What the heck? Anyway, that they're, I don't know, I just don't think the Imperium has any room to talk, you know? Yeah, every faction would be unstoppable if they could get over their own bullshit. Okay, hold on one second. I have to change something in my video description for my Warhammer video. I was told it's not doing well because it does not have the correct hashtags. But I have never really done hashtags before, so. Boop, 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 boop. Save. Okay, there we go. Better. It's also only 3 hours. I thought it was 4 hours. I love that. The Imperium does not teach logic. Yeah. Yeah, the Necron are pretty sick. The Imperium's response to orcs is usually just to evacuate the planet and then exterminate us, nuke the planet until there is none left. Yeah, that makes sense.
their organizational skills are non-existent, and they tend to just beat each other up for the fun of it. All that exists in the mind of an orc is fighting, and nothing else. If they wipe out their enemies, they will inevitably wipe themselves out as well. They are a brutal Ouroboros doomed to an endless war cycle, but to an orc, why does it matter? If they fight and they win,
Boris
they
Johnson?
win. If they fight and they die, it was a good fight. Now that the Xenos armies are growing in strength,
Strong
and
is a
more are
mind that does
threatening
not
the safety
think.
of the
So
Imperium,
smart.
they need to bring new methods in order to handle what they are currently facing. The Emperor is on the Golden Throne. Half the Space Marines are traitor, and they are beset from enemies within and without. So now, the Lords on Terra must prepare for anything possible, and sometimes the impossible. For that, they take to the stars to explore and expand. They recruit assassins for priority eliminations, they train a galactic police force and a secret police to root out any and all heresy. The lesser known, yet most feared,
Oh, hi, NSYNC. That is Boris Johnson. It's an insult to the orcs to compare them to him. All right. Harp said, orcs are shockingly powerful. You kill them and they come back like bad weeds. Their innate psychic ability means they don't require training to fight and slaughter. They know from birth how to swing an axe, shoot a gun, and drive a buggy into people. They can tape shit together and make it work when no other could. Orcs are an unyielding force and are terrifying. Yeah, I definitely am understanding that. I do find them to be very terrifying, but I like how they, from their own perspective, are very goofy. I think that's a good contrast to be made there. So strong as a mind with no room for doubt. Also true.
I carry with me an inquisitorial seal. It is a small, unassuming object contained in a neat box of Pluvian obsidian. It is a modest thing, relatively plain, adorned with a single motif and a simple motto. Yet with this little object, I can sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion. Where the Imperium may see its justice dealt out by the hands of its armies and the gauntlets of its Astartes, when one needs eyes, ears, or both cut out, it looks to the agents of the Imperium. In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version of multiple factions from the original video 5 years ago. They comprise multiple aspects of the wide and all-encompassing armies of humanity and serve different roles. Whether it be the law enforcers of the Adeptus Arbites, the void-faring explorers of rogue traders, the invisible hand of the Assassinorum, or the hostile...
That looks so cool. That is sick. Oh my god, I love that. I'm sorry. I was just caught off guard by how wonderful and beautiful that is.
hospitality of the Emperor's Inquisition. Each has a part to play in the God Emperor's domain. Rogue traders are a great example of a somewhat undiscussed part of the Imperium, its nobility. While you may see the General Imperium as a totalitarian hellscape, because it is, this is to those under the boot of the nobles that run it. Rogue traders are a special kind of explorer, and their existence is extremely important to the function of the Imperium. A rogue trader is often an extremely special individual and is given the monumentally sized warrant of trade, allowing them to be given almost complete and utter freedom. Their task is simple: to chart the uncharted, learn the unlearned, and do whatever they can as an explorer and conquistador for those back on Terra. This information is, strictly speaking, invaluable. Whether a sector can be settled and colonies built, or precious rare resources exist on a floating asteroid can be mined, or a long-lost Imperial world from the Age of Strife is recovered, it's all absolutely imperative. These rogue traders are faster than any other kind of Imperial armada, and therefore chart the direction of the entire society. Because of this, rogue traders are given a
state-sanctioned
substantial
pirates.
amount of freedom. They have a ship and a crew of specialists, and can do things that would see any normal person shot. They can barter deals and even recruit Xenos races. They can explore areas strictly prohibited, and they can earn a vast amount of wealth and riches in doing so. This tends to make rogue traders a
Privateers,
very
yeah.
long lineage, and their heirs take up the mantle of their house. By being explorers, they become fabulously wealthy, and some can become quite the assholes while doing so. But truly, much like a night pilot, a rogue trader is an exceptionally rich individual who can back it up. They are master swordsmen, explorers, merchants, settlers, diplomats, and everything in between. They chart a course, and they set the grounds, which means they will need someone to defend them, and the prime choice for that can be the Adeptus Arbites. Now, the Arbites are cops, Judge Dredd-style cops, as their inspiration clearly shows. Each planet will have their own members of local law enforcement, and most of them will settle many of the issues there and then. But when something requires a far more in-depth peacekeeping force, the Adeptus Arbites are brought in. Think local police versus the FBI. Arbitrators in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping crime before it can become too much of a threat. A criminal gang or heretical uprising can be subdued quickly and efficiently by utilizing them and dealing with soon-to-be criminals, as they put it. They will tap communications, create spy networks, do interrogations and sabotage, anything that helps the good of the Imperium and the law they seek to preserve. The Code of the Arbites is laid out entirely via the Book of Judgment, a gigantic library of pages showing every single law from every single high lord.
Okay, am I wild for saying that a lot of, like, so many of the things that we have covered have to do with the Imperium? Like, it seems extremely heavily skewed towards the Imperium. Like, the Imperium is like where all the cool stuff is, or like all the big wild factions, and then like they're like, yeah, I guess there's some aliens that are pretty cool too. Like, I find that so strange. I don't know.
Lord of Terra in the history of the Imperium, Because the Imperium is so vast, hundreds of laws are added every single day, and the library continues to grow with more and more laws and judgments. While Arbetes themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person, this does end up creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their prisons. If an innocent is wrongly convicted, any form of legal counsel will need to go through the Book of Judgment to help get you out. Often these prisoners require hundreds of years of litigation in which they will eventually expire before they can be deemed wrongly convicted. Innocence is irrelevant. You have been judged guilty of transgressing the Lex Imperialis. Do not compound your guilt by evading punishment, as there are greater crimes, so are there greater sentences. Of course, should something go out of the hands of the Adeptus Arbetes, there is always the silent hand of the Officio Assassinorum to take their place. Naturally, the Imperium has assassins, and these assassins
That's
are
so
sent
cool.
to dispatch important figures that would not normally be handled by simply sending waves and waves of guardsmen at it. The Assassinorum is headed by the Grand Master of the Assassinorum, who is a High Lord of Terra and perhaps the shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his
Also would.
disposal are multiple types of assassins that all
Dude,
specialize
would.
in various things. Their training is extreme and absurd. Aspirant children are often subjected to Hunger Games style combat with each other on the ride over to the temple. Then you get low gravity, high pressure, traps, horrendous physical and mental strain, and everything in between. Then their minds are wiped completely and the real fun begins. An Imperial Assassin is nothing to mess around with. They are some of the fastest moving and hardest hitting things the Imperium has at hand and can go toe to toe with Space Marines depending on which temple they are from. Some, like the Vindicares, are master snipers who lie in wait for weeks, days, or even months just to get the perfect headshot from 5 kilometers away and disappear. The Calidus Temple are masters of shape-shifting and take a drug that allows them to transmute their body into whatever they see fit. A confidant of a target may be killed and they will take their place before killing their target outright. Or they could shift into a member of a Chaos Warband with symbols and flesh and all that to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat. The Caluxus Assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear as uneasy to normal humans and downright disgusting to psychers. When a powerful psycher is causing issues, this is who you send. Their specialized helmet enhances their already latent powers and will allow them to all but drain the souls from those they touch and their very body. It is an extreme weapon used when a direct form of pressure must be applied to an otherwise untouchable psyker. Now, if you needed direct pressure in a more literal way, the Eversor is for you. A drugged up comatose psychopath that is directly dropped on enemy lines and allowed to wreak havoc, killing anything and everything it sees in a blaze of movement and blood before it inevitably dies and causes a plasma explosion on its demise. There are other temples as well, the Vanis Temple acting as sort of like a cyber hacker, the Venomim Temple specializing in poisons, but all in all, assassins move with their skin-tight body gloves with a speed unmatched and force unexpected. One of the best assassin novels puts a Vindicare Calidus and Vanis to infiltrate a night world, kill the High Monarch of the Night, who is permanently stuck in his giant robot knight, install a new ruler in his stead, and make sure nobody knows the Imperium did it. Their missions are
that's sick.
insane and their tasks impossible, and they do it anyway. Thus is the power the Assassinorum wields. We do not
that book
determine the
sounds so
guilty,
good.
We do not decide the punishment. We are merely the cold instrument of the Emperor's vengeance. There is no form of death unknown to us. There is no form of terror beyond our means. There is no enemy outside our reach. We are the blade that hovers over the throat of the traitor. We are the bullet that awaits the heretic's skull. We are the poison in the throat of the alien. However, despite the prowess of the traitors, the police, and the assassins, there is one that stands above all. As the Imperium settled into its post-Emperor world, they needed a force to root out corruption wherever it could be found. But they needed specialized individuals who could do so. Men and women who would serve as detective and executioner. This new secret police would have unlimited authority, and they would be known as the Inquisition. Inquisitors of the Inquisition are one of the most feared individuals in all of the galaxy for the common members.
Nobody expects
Trained
the
in most
Inquisition.
difficult conditions and mental hardening, they have long closed their minds to the compassions of those they deem guilty. Inquisitors are, for the most part, detectives, but they are detectives whose authority is unmatched and actions justified by the state itself. Similar to the KGB, the Gestapo, the Stasi, the OVRA, but unlike those organizations, the Inquisition has far more authority and is one of the only types of individuals who can commit exterminatus, the term used for the utter and total destruction of a planet that is no longer deemed usable by the Imperium. While it is a very exciting word and a notable thing done in Warhammer, exterminatus is not actually used particularly often. It's a last resort entirely meant to stop the enemy from gaining a major foothold or spread even more corruption.
Oh, wow.
Even with 1 million worlds, the wholesale slaughter of an entire planet is still a massive blow to the Imperium. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in how they operate, but also in their personalities. They are often main characters for a large amount of books, as detective noir is a great genre, and they can be the most stone-cold killer or a pragmatic and sympathetic individual depending on who they are. Radical Inquisitors may utilize methods unlike most of the Imperium, such as alien tech or even demon hosts, where Puritans stick closer to the methods of the religious state and shun any deviations. They also specialize in various aspects, as the Inquisition has orders or ordos, such as Xenos for aliens, Malleus for demons, and Hereticus for, you guessed it. Truly, if you are a normal citizen of the Imperium, a person flashing an inquisitorial rosette in front of you may be one of the most terrifying moments of your entire life. It is the same as an FBI badge or a KGB member, except now you're in Warhammer. So, their authority and tools are infinite. Agents of the Imperium are vast and offer a ton of different concepts to the world of Warhammer, and they continue to expand as the Emperor's descent into the Golden Throne has lasting effects on humanity. As time progressed, a few people seeing the Emperor as a deity made their voices louder, and over a few thousand
Okay, I'm stopping him here because I'm continuing on a thought that I had earlier. It feels like because they've given so much space to humanity, it has stunted their world building in some ways because they're not allowing themselves to create as in-depth societies for factions that don't have to do with the Imperium. And I don't know, like I do understand that like that's the humans. But like also I'd love to know the details for other factions that go this deep, right? We're creating all these roles, etc., that has to do with humanity, and like a part of me is like, yeah, whatever, that's fascism, I don't really care. Like I'd love the same level of texture for everyone else, absolutely. And like it does lead to an interesting innovation in the sense of like, because they aren't adding that texture to other civilizations, the civilizations are almost capsule civilizations. I don't know, like to me, like the aliens themselves seem extremely cool, and maybe I'm not a man, so I don't really know. Maybe the aliens are not as excessively masculine, but I don't know. I feel like I want to know more about each of the little things that these societies have. I mean, we haven't learned about all of them, but like I said earlier, you aren't a Warhammer fan until you hate Games Workshop. Yeah, I find it I don't know, that was just a little observation that I had, so yeah. Thank you for the sub, Ramus. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying my content. I mean, I just like, I don't know, when we talk about world building and this idea of like what can be built from the world that they've already set up, like it seems like they're constraining themselves with this world that they're building right now. You know? So, interesting, just an observation.
Not only considered expected, but state mandated. This church will be known as the ecclesiarchy, and there were many who would look to the cardinal position and make desperate grabs at their power, leaving horrid effects on the populace. The age of apostasy was a time of reformation in the Imperium, that saw its eventual change into an overtly religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the emperor called the Daughters of the Emperor were a bit more isolated from the wider imperium. However, as the ecclesiarchy began to take root, one Goj Van Dyer became the High Lord of the Administratum and noticed these warriors and felt they could be useful to him. Goj himself told these warriors that he was the voice of the emperor himself and demanded they fire upon him to prove it. Having a little hidden force field that this warrior cult had never seen before, the bullet bounced off of him and showing him to be unharmed, truly blessed by the emperor. This cult became known as the Brides of the Emperor and acted as his personal bodyguards and aides. However, Goj Van Dyer was a tyrant, and his horrendous reign spelled ruination for the wider Imperium, which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice. Despite an outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the Brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him safe. One custodian made contact with the leader of the Brides and brought her into the throne room of the Emperor himself. Nobody knows what transpired in that room, save for Alicia Dominica, the custodian, and the Emperor himself.
She's so hot.
However, she left
the
the room
lipstick.
with her hair bleached pure white from the interaction, marched her battle brides directly to Van Dyer himself and said, "You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and it is now time for you to die." Despite not having any
so
time
hard.
to die, Goj Van Dyer found some time to do so. With his head lopped clean from his body, the Brides of the Emperor were no more, and the ecclesiarchy signed a document to stop Van Dyer's reign from happening again. They would no longer be allowed to have men under arms. Men.
It's my girl.
The Adeptus Sororitas, or commonly known as the Sisters of Battle, the nuns with guns, the fighting force of the church. Despite being the main militant faction, the Sisters of Battle, their organization actually is far more diverse than this and have many more nun-based roles for their members. They are organized by various orders with various specialties in mind, such as
What
the
sick
non-militant
designs,
orders like
dude.
the Hospitaller, Dialogus, and
I hate that they look so good.
helping with surgical equipment and various other medical stuff.
Like, it makes me mad in two different ways because I'm like, oh, they're Imperium? And they're religious? But I'm like, they're so cool. It's... They look amazing, okay? How they get you, it's so true. Also, hi, welcome in, David. Good to have you.
Duolingo, and a poli-sci degree. These orders are
I
further
know, their drip
separated
is
into
so
smaller orders
insane.
with almost Space Marine chapter sense, but tend to have more flexibility due to the nature.
Like, you know why I've never found my personal style in life? It's because I was meant to dress like this. I was meant to dress in, like, techno-goth, high cathedral camp warrior garb. That, or to be, like, a prophet of an oracle at Delphi, but, like, in the Warhammer universe, where I wear, like, a really cool robe or whatever. No, I've never. I will have to look at the cosplayers. Now you know. Go get them. Dress your best self. I should definitely cosplay one of them sometime.
And in
I've never
addition to
cosplayed.
that, there is
Let's go for the
flexibility
hardest thing
between
ever.
the orders. It is not uncommon for a member of one of the more
So true.
battle-hardened orders to switch to a more passive one once they've sustained battlefield injuries or are a bit closer to retirement. As mentioned before, the Sisters of Battle are a part of their own separate organization, the Order's Militant, and feature the highest number of any given system. They are the official fighting force of the ecclesiarchy, and they specialize in wars of faith. Unlike the deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters of Battle are often deployed with members of the Inquisitorial Ordo Hereticus due to the holy war nature of their battles. The Sisters of Battle are suited up with their own form of specialized power armor that gives them almost like a Joan of Arc vibe to the battlefield.
Okay, are these supposed to be like plenary indulgences or something? Like decrees by the church? Like medals?
Lacking the more extreme modifications of a Space Marine's power armor, mainly to the fact that Sisters are, for the most part, regular humans, the power armor of a Sister of Battle almost matches the defensive power of an Astartes,
Purity
but
seals.
with added flexibility and versatility in exchange for its strength. Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this is far from the norm. This, combined with an arsenal of tanks and vehicles that have literal church organ rocket launchers on them, really brings across the holy war vibe in a gothic manner. Accompanying a Sister of Battle in the fields of war is the holy trinity of weaponry: the bolter, the flamer, and the melta. With such a simple loadout, the Sisters of Battle are able to bring down the glorious flames of the Emperor himself, and his holy light shines on them in other ways during a conflict. Hell, even their jump packs evoke angelic imagery as opposed to the more clunky jetpacks, ones that Space Marines have. In times of great turmoil or impossibility, a living saint of the sororitas itself might appear on the battlefield surrounded by a litany of doves and cherubs. An almost comical scene of holy glory followed
The Emperor
by
also wouldn't
literal
like the
hellfire.
religion
The Sisters are a fascinating organization because they take what is normally seen as a benevolent force and turn it on its head to be a horrifying method of war. Because the Sisters are so zealous, they are nigh impossible to persuade and almost never fall to chaos. In fact, any deviation from the Imperial faith may see you killed outright as you are deemed a heretic, and sometimes Sisters have even less patience than the Inquisition does. To the Adeptus Sororitas, no punishment is too extreme for blasphemy and heretical behavior. Whether it's lobotomizing traitors to use as shock troops or attaching them physically to agonizing pain engines so they can die for the Emperor, anything goes. The most fascinating part of the Sisters, however, is their faith. We discussed how orcs often make things happen through belief because of their sheer number of them. The Sisters create miracles where they walk. They are not many psychers like orcs, but they are excessively devout and make up for that. Bullets barely miss targets they absolutely should hit. Guns jam, tanks malfunction, enemies slip and fall. The scene from Pulp Fiction is an accurate portrayal of what happens when the Sisters fight.
I'd knock that shit off if I was you.
Die, you motherfucker!
One of the most prominent figures is the Triumph of St. Catherine, a literal open casket with the saint of a Sister's order held aloft by lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the Emperor swells so strong that acts of faith are made manifest, and sometimes angels themselves. When the Sisters go to war, they have
I feel like Slanesh would like this, you know?
thundering organs and litanies screeching
Does that make
out
sense?
into the battlefield, hymns and songs. They rabble off prayers on their lips and burn holy fire across the area. They spray holy water down from horns atop their vehicles. It is a genuine holy war, a procession of death. Saint Celestine is an undying deity, arriving precisely where she is needed and returning to the fold after each death. When she dies, she sees a crying young girl atop a mountain of bones, her bones, after every one of her deaths. She climbs this mountain every time to help comfort this crying child and is rebirthed upon the battlefield. And one day, her deaths will create a mountain so large that even she will not be able to traverse it. Is she a demon of the God Emperor? Perhaps, but she'll be shot for saying so. She is genuinely and literally faith. made manifest. Some
That's
sisters
so
make a
sick.
mistake, however, and find themselves questioning their fate, disobeying a command, even leaving their order. These sisters are sent for reconditioning
Oh,
and are known as
wood.
the Sisters Repentia. They generally face the front of the line head on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the Emperor himself. Though their actions were heretical, repentia on the fields of battle is an indication of an individual wanting to become forgiven. They run aloft with torture devices attached to their bodies and a chain sword the size of their body, completely armorless, to determine if this is how they die or if the Emperor will forgive them. Even the most famous
Incredible.
champion of sisters, that Saint Celestine, was a repentia. Even she questioned her faith. And if she can do it, so can you. Just don't run away again. They don't really do third chances. The Sisters of Battle are martyrdom-enthused zealots that create miracles in their tread. Their devotion is boundless and also a direct source of their power. A whole army of power-armored soldiers shooting, burning, and melting all in their path is bad enough, but it enters a whole different level when God is on your side. By bolter shell, flamer burst, and melta blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So has it been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time.
Dude,
The
they're
Imperium
so
devolving
sick.
into wars of faith is to push its agenda further. Where the xenophobic nature of humanity was once strong, it has now been magnified, and there are plenty of aliens in this galaxy. 6,000 years prior to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by an AdMech exploration vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools, but they were still very primitive, so the planet was marked for destruction to pave the way for the Imperial war machine. However, this was thrown off because of an extreme warp storm and that whole Doge Van Dyer thing. Flash forward to modern day, and an unknown but highly advanced vessel was shot down near an Imperial mining world, and the
Also, I gotta pause this here. Hey Bricky. Hey Bricky. Listen, but I think it was a really good choice to add music to this video. But at many points it's been a little loud for me. And as always, I'm just saying this so that somebody on the internet less nice to me doesn't say it to you. You know, I want to be there for you and point this out for you. It's a little loud. I can't hear your great voice. So if we could just turn that down a little bit next time. I know that you made this video 7 months ago. But yeah, Bricky is so lucky to have someone like you looking out for him. You know what? He is. He really is. Yeah. So, if he wants me to keep looking out for him, I'll do it anyway, but he can also always hit me up. Alright, I had to do that bit at least once today. It is a little loud for me.
bodies on this vessel match those life forms found on that primitive world. The native creatures on that planet were able to evolve rapidly due to them being unobstructed, and their highly advanced gear posed a new threat to the Imperium. Advancing over these years with a remarkable speed, these are the new upstarts in the galaxy, looking to make a name for themselves, all in the name of the greater good. These are the...
The
The
Tau!
alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and acquaint him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. The early history of the Tau is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the Ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief, the greater good of the Tau Va.
What about the greater good?
How can this be for the greater good?
This system is a caste-based system that seeks to unify and organize the Tau into an effective and successful society while working for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest, are the Fire or Shas caste, which is soldiers, Earth/Theo, which is manufacturers and industrialists, the Water or Hor, being diplomats and traders, and the Air/Kor, being navy officers. Also, you have the Ethereal/Un, which is the lords and leaders of the Tau. Now, unlike the paths of the Eldar, the Tau don't get any say into which caste they're in. It's determined upon birth due to inheritance from a parent. Trying to deviate from your caste or trying to do tasks or even use tools assigned to another caste is a grievous crime against the Ethereals. And
People often call them communists, but they have a super strict caste structure, which you would only call communism if you had no idea what communism was, which I guess is why people call them communists. I'm convinced literally but most people do not know what communism is. It is so funny to me.
And those guilty of this crime tend to be sent to re-education camps, which sounds not so greater good, but a greater good than the good that the Imperium sees as greater. The guidance of the greater good also encourages the growth of the Empire through the absorption of other races and cultures. The expansion of the Tau Empire is split into spheres of time. So far, there have been 5 spheres of expansion, with a 6th one being planned in the current timeline. The first 2 spheres saw the Tau move beyond their homeworld and settle new planetary systems, known as seps, and absorb multiple races into their ranks. But the 3rd sphere is where we see the Tau interact with the Imperium for the first time, which went about as well as you think it did. The Tau, as mentioned before, are highly advanced compared to some of the other species in the galaxy, and their military tactics are highly precise. Instead of the Imperial methodology of throwing everything at a problem, the Tau carefully assess any battle and take as many precautions as possible. Commonly, you will see a Tau warrior in a heavily modified battle suit with advanced targeting systems. The Tau do not often consider close combat to be something very effective, so they don't really put much stock into it. Their Gundam-like battlesuits have a multitude of functionality, ranging from overwhelming...
Like, I don't mean to keep beating this point home, but he dedicates 7 minutes to the Tau Empire, which has a caste system and probably a pretty long history, and like this is not on Bricky. But 7 minutes when we spent probably an hour on the Imperium, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Firepower to stealth-based combat, and since
like what a cool idea for civilization.
Flair, they have plenty of AI drones that help them in the field of battle. In addition to this, the Tau are also joined in the field of battle by some of the species that have been absorbed into the fold of the greater good. These auxiliaries often employ tactics that the Tau are unable to do on their end, such as the brute force and almost primitive nature of the Kroot, combined with the Geonosian aerial shock attack style of the Vespens. But the Tau assimilate more and more species with time, including even some humans who wish to break off from the Imperium for pick a reason. The aesthetic of the Tau also leans a bit more into the East Asian sci-fi aesthetics. The large mech suits definitely evoke that Gundam look, but the general garb of their higher-ups kind of create that motif, and they often have accents in the games that they are in. But while Tau are looked at as Gundam mech faction by some, others enjoy them for the full coalition of aliens. One of my favorite images in Warhammer is this official artwork by Games Workshop. Now, not a single one of these aliens are a faction in Warhammer, and yet they all are different species that do exist in this universe. The Milky Way galaxy is vast, and while the Imperium and many others exterminate what they can find, the Tau will assimilate those that can be assimilated. The Kroot and Vespens we already discussed, and the humans and also Votan will join them at times, but you also have the Galg, the Nikasar, the Vorg, the Thraxian, the Terrellian, Greet, Domati, and many others. Some of these are just one-off lines, and some are major players in the civilization. The Nikasar are, for lack of a better word, gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like faces. The Tau have psychic bears, And the fact I haven't seen this is a crime. The Tau as a culture are generally marred by the various issues that an advanced civilization would have in an unadvanced galaxy. They do not travel through the warp because of the insane dangers, but instead use a more classic FTL jump. However, because they aren't going through hell, it makes them a lot slower than many other races. The Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first. Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes before they can even close the gap. One of their light walkers carried a weapon of lethal effect. It fired a form of ultra-high velocity projectile. I saw one of our tanks after being hit by it. There was a small hole punched in either flank. One, the projectile's entry point, the other its exit. The tiny munition had passed through the vehicle with such speed that everything within the hole not welded down had been sucked out through the exit hole, including the crew. We never identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was a red stain upon the ground, extending some 20 meters from the wreck.
Shit.
The fascination of the Tau is that in any other modern day world, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the greater good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above the other races that would murder or eat them. But despite this, the existential dread that is the Tau Empire is ever so apparent. Despite being hyper advanced and welcoming a coalition of aliens, they are the upstarts and they are painfully outnumbered on all sides. Almost any other faction in the universe, given the right amount of force, can wipe out the Tau Empire from existence. They themselves might not be perfect, but their slight glimmer of hope is exactly that, a glimmer in a dark and crushing galaxy. Of course, nobody dares take the attempt to destroy the Tau Empire, because doing so is an enormous amount of resources, and for the same reason why you don't full send your whole army to one person in a commander game of Magic. You open yourself up to player 2 and 3. But not to say it won't be a struggle. The Tau Empire, when prepared, are a vicious fighting force who might delete your formation before you even see them. But they lack numbers, and in the dark corners of the galaxy, something is coming that is entirely numbers.
We're getting to the Tyranids. All right, we're about to hit ads, so we're gonna watch the Tyranids once we get back from ads. So, but we are finally to them. So we will finish watching them a little bit in about 3-ish minutes. So I'm gonna take a real quick break and then yeah, see you guys on the other side. Oh, hi, Oracle. Yeah, we're about to get into the Tyranids. Very exciting. So just give me 2 shakes, 3 minutes, and we'll be back. All right, I'm back. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Don't look at the fact none of my videos are doing well. Hello. All right. So, let us get into the Tyranids.
There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale, and all we can try to do is stop the swarms of bioengineered monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must only know us as prey. The conflicts
goes
of
so
Warhammer
hard.
40K are chaotic enough with the sheer volume of violence that exists in the confines of the Milky Way. However, there is a threat to the galaxy that extends beyond our known galaxy that is creeping ever closer and cannot be negotiated with. What drew them to the galaxy is unclear. It may have been the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame. It could have been a Xenos device
It's
detonated to the Horus
stick-bugged.
heresy. It could have been that they were done eating the Andromeda galaxy and they have come to take ours, or they might be running from something far, far worse. Regardless of the why, the where, when it came to the first official contact with these creatures, was the planet of Tyran. This is the site where the Imperium encountered a fleet of these creatures before being utterly torn to shreds. Thus, these creatures became known as the Tyranids. There is plenty of evidence that the Tyranids have been lurking in our galaxy for years beforehand, but this was the first true instance of their presence being fully known. Unlike other creatures in the realm of 40K that can be talked to, captured, or negotiated with, the Tyranids are unable to be reasoned with. They are, at their core, animals. But not the fun kind of animals. They are the xenomorphs of 40K, and boy are they hungry. They are instinctively hardwired to either kill or be killed, and they are an unrelenting force due to this. However, just because
Okay, I know I beat this point. The heck, I'm going to talk about it again. Notice how the orcs and these guys just have a singular purpose, and that is war. And like, I get it, it's Warhammer, it's grimdark, it's whatever. But like, also, give me cool civilizations that are struggling to exist in a world that is only war. Yeah, give me something other than this, you know? Like, give me a little bit of creativity here, boys. You got such sick designs. Can we come up with a civilization that's like fun to root for or something? They don't have to be like good. They could still be at war with everybody. I mean, I'd kind of love if there was like an underdog, you know? No, the tower's still bad. The Eldar are also bad. Everyone is bad. Give me an underdog to root for, you know? Let's write our own lore with nuance and intrigue. I'm gonna start a brand called Raw Hammer. It's the opposite of Warhammer, and we're all here to have a good time, except we also do fight. But then the way that you do like Pokemon fights, you know? We have our little armies and we make them fight, but then maybe we also make them kiss. How many millions of dollars do you think I could make off this idea? I think at least one. Raw Hammer is such a good name, too.
because they don't talk outwardly doesn't mean they don't communicate with one another. The true horror of the Tyranids is found in their driving force, the hive mind.
3, 2, 1.
Hot in here by Nelly.
That's what I guessed. What?
You see, the Tyranids are a collective consciousness that are all connected to a singular embodiment of psychic power that is utterly incomprehensible to the human mind. To keep this connection there, the Tyranids on the field of battle are followed around by synapse creatures, essentially serving as their Bluetooth connection to the greater hive mind. This allows them to send and receive information about the battle they're in, and it also allows them to adapt to certain situations based off of the information gained. Depending on the enemy, the swarm might be able to develop a new weapon or new tactics so they can get the upper hand. When the synapse connection is cut, they are unable to essentially form a save state and are stranded. The sheer power of the hive mind presence pours from each Tyranid in such a manner that it causes a distortion in the warp itself. A hive fleet's arrival can cause a dark shadow the size of several light years, coined the shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any usage of the warp, or at least makes it exceptionally difficult. Communications shut down due to astropaths being unable to talk. Ships cannot freely enter the warp, and even creatures with a warp sensitivity
Grin dark.
yeah.
Yeah.
Due to it. It causes everything to just kind of sit dead like at a buffet counter waiting for the afternoon meal rush. The Tyranids meander through the galaxy in these gigantic hive fleets that are fueled by bioships, and these ships contain birthing pools for Tyranid armies and more ships. Everything about the Tyranids is organic, and to fuel this war machine, the Tyranids consume any and all biomass they come across and absorb it into their respective hive. From the ground to literally the air, the Tyranids strip a planet to a lifeless and uninhabitable hulk. As a means to curb the advancement of the Tyranids, the Imperium has been known to preemptively exterminatus worlds in the path of a hive fleet so that they have less biomass to consume in an attempt to starve them. The Halo method, literally scorched earth tactics by taking everything out of the freezer and lighting it on fire. Outside of the obvious threat and adaptive and unreasonable
So they're the swarm of locusts.
The most dangerous aspect of the Tyranids comes in the form of their general unpredictability. The Tyranids are external to the Milky Way galaxy itself, and it's unknown where they truly hail from. However, their arrival in the Milky Way is seemingly random and in 3D space, implying quite heavily that Tyranids have the galaxy surrounded in some kind of way. Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict, both agree to a temporary truce in order to take out a Tyranid threat. Because regardless of the stakes at hand, the existence of the Tyranids marks the heat death of the galaxy itself, and all the factions can ultimately agree that the Tyranids themselves act as the biggest threat to all of them. The Tyranid race is truly an unknowable horde, and pulls from that horror of the unknown. They, as a faction, are not ones with a large amount of general lore because their entire race is told from the point of view of those being eaten by them.
I also will say, what I said earlier is not a criticism of the Tyranid race at all. I do think they are an extremely cool race. I just wish there were more in-depth races than just the Imperium.
Tyranids are called that due to the planet Tyran they destroyed, as we mentioned earlier, and their names are often phrases given to them by their victims. The Swarm Lord, Old One-Eye, the Death Leaper, Von Ryan's Leapers, and so on. Despite the inability to even perceive the vast psychic hive mind of the Tyranids, they are fiercely intelligent. Special poisons and items designed to counter them are adapted in a matter of hours. If you bring light infantry, they create heavy monsters. If you brought weapon emplacements, they spawn little creatures to scour your vents and sewers. Many of you enjoyed the Servitor excerpt from part 1, and so bear with me as I provide you another very long account of a planetary governor whose planet is in the final death throes of the Tyranid menace. This starts about halfway through. It has been many weeks since a handful of us escaped the sinking of the Sea Fort Divine Anchor via airlift. We have escaped in this manner because the Tyranids had overwhelmed so much of our world, they no longer appeared to need to continue spawning beasts for aerial supremacy. I shall never forget what I saw from my craft's portholes. Alien biostructures dominated Huto's surface. Gigantic, lumpen barnacles pumped out clouds of matter to further poison the planet alongside pulsating, brain-like nodes that resembled lethal fungi. Immense capillary towers stretched high into the poisoned sky. The glistening chitin coating their flanks crawled over by chains of lesser beasts fulfilling some sick alien purpose I cannot know. Digestion pools spread for miles, replacing our once great lakes with reservoirs of bubbling biomatter. Tides of creatures bloated with consumed flesh vomited their guts into the pools or threw themselves entirely into the billowous liquid. Amidst the seas of feeder beasts consuming all in their path, we would every so often see an explosion or a burst of fire. Were these heroic final stands by other survivors, or merely abandoned ordnance detonating at random? I will never know. I cannot rejoice in the deaths they inflicted. The biomatter of the dead Xenos was surely recycled by the Xenos regardless in no time at all. Our aircraft ran out of fuel a week ago. Now I stand in the snow, not far from the peak of Mont Saint Hila. I am the only one left that I know. One by one, those with me perished. The slightest cut on a mountain rock resulted in an immediate infection that left the pilot screaming in agony. Her co-pilot fired the shot that ended her torture, and my senior aide threw himself from a ledge. The reality that there was no escape hitting him. I have no idea what happened to my chief medicae. Others were slain by lone beasts the rest of us were unable to kill or drive away. A justly deserved end will soon be mine. I have failed on every possible level. We were not even able to send word. An alien disease has me within its grasp. My limbs are numb, my tongue is dry as sand, my head throbs. Even at these chilled heights, I sweat profusely. From here where I sit, I can see the final death unfold on the planet entrusted to me. Before me is the Radarin Ocean. The water level is visibly dropping, hour by hour. They are even taking our seas. There
He's
are
really going
enormous
through it,
beasts
dude.
with great, slowly flapping wings and immense open maws moving through the sky. I may be at high altitude, but the air is thinner here than it should be. I know enough of mountaineering to know that. They will not even leave our air. There is an isthmus I can see, upon which is sat one of the Xenos capillary towers. Now I believe I can tell what they are truly for. High up, foul Xenos bioships cling to their flanks like twisted calves at their mother's udders. They are feasting, I am sure, hungrily filling themselves to burst on the hideous gruels that are what remains of my people. I have witnessed the planet's death from sinister start to hideous conclusion. I see the power of our foe, and though I have shown boundless weakness these past months, I do not see how we could ever have won. If this is any sort of good news, it seems that one thing that might be an inadvertent repellent effect on the Tyranids is chaos.
They kind of remind me of the Reavers from Firefly / Serenity. That like intense fear that is felt about them, that they are this mythical force. Even though Reavers are like humans that have kind of become something else. I don't know, for some reason it made me think of them.
Chaos and chaotic energies offer no nourishment to the Tyranids. They cannot eat that. And the presence of rifts and warp storms work as a means to starve out the Tyranid fleet. The Tyranids, of course, are attempting to adapt to this, but it seems that even at the most primal core of the galaxy itself, Chaos agrees that these dinner guests are not welcome in any way, shape, or bioform. In the end, though, the Tyranids represent the final fears of the galaxy itself. Despite the goals to conquer the galaxy as a whole, the remainder of the universe may very well be dead and derelict space. Instead of endless worlds and solar systems, it may just be bones and ash. The tendrils of the hive mind have wrapped themselves around the galaxy, and the only thing that's guaranteed is that dinner is served. However, the
Meat's
Tyranids
back
are
on the
not
menu,
simply
boys.
Unending hordes of bugs. Beyond the more general buffet tactics of the force of the Tyranids, the hive mind has a more secretive and dangerous means of planetary conquest in the form of something a bit more terrestrial. General upheaval and revolution. However, though the idea of a societal revolt for the good of the populace is an admirable thing, these leaders have the nefarious intent of the hive mind itself. These are the downtrodden and the oppressed, the revolutionaries to a better cause, the heralds of the Star Children. These are the
Gene Stealer cults, let's go.
The flock of the faithful grows. We are guided by our great Father's sacred vision, protected by his loving hand. sins. Within these holy shadows we dwell, while the impure bathe in spire-topped starlight. And what lies between those stars? What's
I will say before we go on, the Tyranids do seem really cool. I think Harp, I will Harp, I will echo your sentiment that, like, I don't know, they feel like such an incredibly large existential threat. Like they represent what feels like a sort of heat death of the universe, this continuous overtaking. I feel like this sort of horror has been represented in other space games. For some reason, I'm thinking of Mass Effect, but I can't quite put my finger on why. But definitely really cool. Gene Stealer cults are what I call my kids. The Reapers in Mass Effect. Thank you, thank you. I was like, I think it's the giant dudes, but yeah, the Reapers eat all life. I mean, like, the idea of a big eldritch sort of entity that is eating the world is such a cool idea, and I really like it. It's a way of kind of putting our fears about the heat death of the universe into a very tangible thing. So anyway, we'll move on to the Gene Stealers.
Sails beyond those distant suns, shrouded in night, born within that eternal black, our redeemers, our gods, truer than the silent, long-dead emperor, the children of the void. We hear them in our dreams, we feel them in our blood. They call and we will answer. We will rise and claim the engines of labor that have bound us in servitude. This world will burn. It will be cleansed, purified, made ready, and the heavens will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Gene Stealer cult comes in the form of the Gene Stealer itself. Deep in the depths of a planet, a Gene Stealer acts as almost an advanced recon unit for the Tyranids, and were the first Tyranid units encountered by the Imperium itself long before the first Hive Fleet made its presence known. Unlike the Tyranids that can only reproduce through the birthing pools in the fleet, a Gene Stealer reproduces via the Big Smooch. The Gene Stealer kiss is essentially what the facehugger alien does. It attaches to a victim and releases an embryo. However, instead of a chest burster, the embryo alters the genetic makeup of the host itself, turning it into the primary conductor of a localized version of a hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Gene Stealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce. The first few generations of a Gene Stealer hybrid look more like the Gene Stealer itself, which in our current reality would be terrifying. But considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40K, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once were. Due to the size of those worlds, the makings of a Gene Stealer cult can exist almost—
Hey, you're getting
Bricky, pause. Bricky, calm down. Bricky, take a break. A green red. Oh. Ooh. Hello, Raiders. Hello, let me put on some music. Hi, how are you guys? Hello, did you guys have fun playing Minecraft? Thank you so much for the follows. Hello. My name is Gremlin Mae. I'm a variety VTuber, and I play whatever makes my ADHD go burr. And right now, that is Warhammer. We've gotten on a little bit of a kick, thanks to my friends telling me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah. We're here because you're green, I think. That's a good reason. Thank you so much for the raid, Still Rat. If you need to raid and run, I totally understand. I hope you guys had a great time playing Minecraft. And yeah, if you guys also need to raid and run, raiders, please feel free to, but we'd love to have you stick around. We are literally just hanging out and watching Bricky. Hi. Yeah, yesterday I spent the whole day learning about Warhammer, but also talking about how attractive I found Bricky. Because, I don't know. It's kind of hot when people are that into things. Thank you. you. Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm glad you enjoy it. I've been green for a long time. So yeah. But we've been enjoying some Warhammer. If you're not into Warhammer, totally understand. We don't have that much left on this video, so we'll probably be moving on to something else. I'm not quite sure what, maybe some Factorio. Yeah, the autism riz is real. So real. But yeah, maybe some Factorio or some Oxygen Not Included. I don't know, I haven't quite decided what we're doing. We might watch more videos because I've been enjoying it. So yeah. Thank you guys for the follows and thanks again for the raid. I really appreciate it. If any of you want to join our Discord, we'd love to have you. Oh, you ate too much soup. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, dude. I hope that you enjoy your lie down. Thank you for the follow, Lunatic Lurker. Riz with autism, so true, so true. But thank you again, really. Huge appreciate. It's always nice to meet new people. Yeah, only the coolest people are in the Discord, but if you join the Discord, you suddenly become very cool, so. All rat do is eat hot soup and lie, so true. I hadn't thought about eat hot chip and lie and be bisexual, eat hot chip and lie in a long time. Thank you, Lily, for reminding me of that. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Wow. Oh. All girls do is be bisexual, eat hot chip and lie. Just to catch you guys up to speed, the soup was warm at best. Ah, alright. Right now we're learning about a bunch of aliens called the Gene Stealers. All you need to know is like Warhammer is mainly about big guys with guns. Sometimes there's like really hot ladies with guns, but we're past the hot ladies with guns, sadly. So now we're learning about aliens with guns. And gun go boom. You know, I think it's that easy. Gun go boom. So we're just gonna be learning about gun go and boom. If you have any questions, the Gene Stealers also have hot ladies? I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
It's entirely in secret.
Ooh, I gotta turn off my little lo-fi. Why would they steal jeans? Oh my gosh, they're expensive these days, Lily. Oh, Queenie, we've been thinking about it real hard. The fact that they give all of their time and lore energy to the fascist race.
Ooh, bit weird, bit of a strange choice.
And there are robots, there are robots. The mining denim, so true. Thank you for the follow. All right.
Generation after generation. After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the Gene Stealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time, they will present themselves as revolutionaries, looking for the betterment of the population.
Oh my god, can you imagine a LARP? Okay, what if it was a LARP where everybody was a Gene Stealer and they were all at a big, like, I don't know, conference thing, essentially. I'm working out the details. I don't know quite enough. Everyone is a Gene Stealer, but nobody knows that the other people are a Gene Stealer. And so they're trying to convince them of a bunch of stuff. I don't know if this would work because they're like part of a hive mind, maybe. I don't fully remember. For a second I was like, oh, it would be so funny if everybody was a Gene Stealer, but they didn't know that everybody was a Gene Stealer. You know, like there's something about that that's just... Yes, I love it. When do we play? Anytime, let's do it. Let's all be Gene Stealers trying to convince each other of our Gene Stealer agenda. The genes just get passed in a circle? Yeah. Actually, it's called the Sisterhood of the Traveling Genes, but spelled Genes. Thank you for the follow. It's hellos. Yeah. Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. There we go. So how do we feel about the motion to eat more things? Well, I was thinking like everyone comes in, like nobody knows that everybody else is a gene stealer. Oh, the circle of trust. So true. And so they're like trying to, so they're all suspicious of each other and they come in guns a-blazing to be ready to try to make things happen and be revolutionary, but then everyone's agreeing with him and everyone starts to get really suspicious, but no one is going to outright ask each other if they're also gene stealers because maybe this is a new method that's been developed. Okay, you know, sometimes I write LARPs that are literally just plays. This is a big issue that I have where I just will write a LARP, but it's like it's not a LARP, it's a play that I wrote. It would basically be a primary? What do you mean by primary? I do believe that's the case sometimes. Some don't know until they're in the presence of other gene stealers. Oh. It's just a game of werewolf, but everyone is a different type of antagonist. What if there's one person who's not a gene stealer and they have to figure out, they have to like survive? I love that idea. Reverse werewolf. I know the Game Changer did that, but it's a good idea and they should do it again. But this time with Warhammer.
And honestly, it
Oh,
sounds
yes.
great for a lot of the folks on the planet. By the people, for the people. As they expand more openly, the crossbreeding continues until all aspects of the planet's society is infiltrated. However, all bets are off when a hive fleet comes close enough. When a Tyranid hive fleet gets close enough to a planet, the broodmine activates essentially an endgame scenario. The once political and religious leaders become bloodthirsty fanatics that work to finalize the collapse of society and the death of those who oppose them. But to those in the broodmine, the god they believe in is coming, and this is holy justice and vindication for their religious and political beliefs. As the hive arrives, the planet is essentially ripe for the taking.
Hey, listen, as long as they send a hot inquisitor, I'm fine.
The original gene stealer pieces out to the next world or is reabsorbed for deployment elsewhere, and the Tyranids begin to take the planet for themselves. The cultists sing praises and holy songs as the Tyranids begin to eat everything up in kind of a meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But as they are harvested, some of them are snapped back to reality, oops, there goes gravity, before they are thrown into the biomass soup. For a fleeting second, they see that this was all a ruse to consume the world and that their false gods were a bunch of hungry.
Okay, so like that's really sick and all, but like why don't they just eat the planet without all this fanfare? Like like why do they have to go like it seems like they're just adding insult to injury with this. You have the answer. I know it makes it easier, but they're like literally they seem so dangerous and powerful. I don't know anything about Dune, but it seems like they're eating the whole planet. They're gonna eat everything on it, including the air. Sometimes you want to watch a play with your dinner. That's a good point. Sometimes you want a little bit of entertainment when you're eating an entire planet. Gene stealer cults make it more efficient for particularly fortified worlds. Okay, that makes sense. I guess if they're not just wiping out regular stuff. The shadow in the warp, okay. So picking it clean, I suppose if they can't defend themselves, makes it clean. Yeah, I guess it is easier. That makes sense. They're not quite Galactus, yeah. Makes it easier for the hive fleet to consume all biomass when it doesn't resist and welcomes them with open arms. I guess it is easier. It just seems like this takes like a really long time to implement, but because the way that I was thinking of it was earlier I said they're like a swarm of locusts, right? So they're moving through pretty fast, but I guess I don't know how long it takes for them to consume a planet. Because it sounds like the gene stealer cults require generations, if not longer, to work out. So I just find that interesting. I thought these were the Tyranids. These are like a type of Tyranids. Was I incorrect about that? Can take a century or two to do their work. Ah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. But I guess I'm kind of like, that just seems like a lot of work, dude. Okay, it's a variety of Tyranid. Interesting. Okay. There's just a lot going on. Yeah.
Bugs. The cultists essentially put the checkerboard dining cloth on the table for them and invited them for a feast. Due to the constant redeployment of gene stealers, there are known cults that pop up across the Imperium itself.
Oh. Tyranid ships don't go through the warp, so they're slow. I think I missed that part. I remember that the Tau don't go through the warp, but I didn't know that Tyranid ships don't go through the warp. But I guess like they're gonna be going just planet from planet, like from planet to planet. So, but I don't know how long that takes. I don't understand that like time scale personally. Space is hard to understand. But yeah, that makes sense. If they're not going into the warp, then they're not moving really, really fast. Chaos really doesn't like the Tyranids and boots them out. Oh yeah, he did mention that briefly, but I think I was yapping through it. Find out outside the warp. It's interesting how much of this world revolves around the warp. It also helps the Hive fleet to hone in on suitable meals when the synapse is strong enough to summon the fleet. Oh. Did Magnus do anything wrong? Who's Magnus? Shadow in the warp is basically antithetic to warp. Okay. He tore open the webway. Was that Magnus? To save Papa.
Some of the more well-known ones are the Cult of the Bladed Cog or the Rusted Claw, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different cults that keep popping up all over the galaxy as the Gene Stealers spread. And due to their covert means taking over the planets, they are not generally viewed to be a threat until it is far too late. And due to the know-how of Gene Stealers, they tend to be predatory to those in the lower classes of a given planet. The Gene Stealer cults overall have really come into their own, commercially and artistically. They have very much embraced the revolutionaries aesthetic and crafted a fascinating method in doing so. It's this great combination of this pseudo-Marxist Bolshevik uprising mixed with the hills have eyes in the populace. What's particularly enjoyable about their uprising is that often from their point of view, the reasons they have are extremely justified. Most of the members of the GSC are the extremely impoverished and menial laborers of the Imperium, who honestly wouldn't need
that scared me so much.
To provide a manifesto on reasons to revolt.
What did that say? The bugs keep telling me to short the Bible, but I don't fucking know what either of those things mean.
Honestly, wouldn't need an alien presence to provide a manifesto on reasons to revolt. Their weapons are all makeshift and often involve things like mining lasers, drilling saws, demolition charges, giant stop signs. Their political machinations
short the Bible
well, as the cult ends up being really good at assassination, especially when you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath all those robes. They're a faction.
Oh my god, stop making bits that move so fast.
When you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath.
Is that a third arm holding a pistol, or is you're just happy to see me?
They're a faction rife with fascination and culture, and their plans are generations in the making, to the end goal of being thrown right back into the soup by the star children they prepared the world for. And those are the threats to the galaxy now. The degradation of almost every species.
Sorry, I'm trying to close a peanut butter jar.
By the Tyranid menace, and all of the fighting between each and every single one of them will be their undoing. The world of Warhammer is a bleak and horrendous one, and that is in its own right the charm. It is so large, so vast, so absolutely horrendous and insane, and yet is treated with 100% severity and seriousness. In the beginning of part 1, I gave you an abridged and different opening to the Warhammer world, the grim darkness of the far future, and I leave you with this part 2 with the full quote itself. It is the 41st
You're not in
millennium.
trouble.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden
It's okay, you
throne
didn't
of
know.
He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of a million worlds by
Sudoku's
the
pretty
might
fun.
of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten. Never
No,
to be
Bricky, don't go.
Forget
Bricky, come back
the
here.
promise of progress and understanding.
Bricky.
For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is
No, come
only
back.
There is no peace amongst the
No, Brick,
stars,
you're so
only
small.
an
Come back,
eternity
Bricky.
of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of
No,
thirsty
come-
gods.
Bricky, come
Thank
back.
you so
Oh,
much
thank
for
God.
watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Incredible! That was so good. Any plans to add any Warhammer 40k games to the list? Let's see if I have any. So I have Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. What's that one? It's mostly positive. It's a turn-based strategy, turn-based tactics. I don't mind a turn-based game. Oh, he showed footage from this, I think. Let's see. If I just type in 40k. There's Space Marine 2. That one's on sale right now. Total War, Warhammer 40k. Oh, it's to be announced. And then I've heard things about Dark Tide. Horror team base. Interesting. Rogue Trader is on my wish list, actually, apparently. It's an RPG. Sounds pretty good. Full on RPG, wow. Do not recommend Dark Tide? Okay. I won't put that on the list then. Well, and then I got conflicting stuff. Dark Tide is fun co-op. Ah. You guys know I don't have any friends, so. Yeah. Well, anyway, I did want to say, other than Bricky being a very attractive man, he's very good at writing essays. Or informational videos. I feel like this has very much cemented to me that he's obviously an extremely talented creator, and I don't know, sometimes I feel like it's a privilege to be able to have access to this sort of content. Like, I feel lucky that I live in an age where not only does this exist, but I have people who are kind of funneling me towards it. who want me to experience how good it is, and like it really is. It was very easy to follow, even if some of it was a little convoluted. But it definitely has gotten me interested in Warhammer as a concept. But yeah. I don't know, Ash, you're in that weird territory where you're also a streamer, so I don't know. I don't know if I want to play Dark Tide. But yeah, overall, really enjoyed the video series. I thought it was great. I think once we build our gunpla, I'll think about, well, I'd like to paint like a miniature. Maybe not like a knockoff miniature, but you know. Because, like, I don't really care if they're regulation or whatever. I wonder if, you'll give me some? Thank you, that's so sweet of you. Wait, but are they painted or unpainted? Wow, thank you, honey. That's so nice of you. I am going to the store, to the game store tomorrow. So I'm gonna at least look and see. They may have like stuff on clearance and we'll see. Because I'd like to support my local game shop, but also if you want to give me stuff, of course. And if we do get it, then I'll definitely be able to. I'll do it on stream for sure. Dude, my local game shop doesn't close until midnight. That's crazy. I could go after stream. Wow. I'm definitely starting to feel better. I'm hoping that I sound better. I'm not as snotty as I once was. Okay, let's do our outro for the YouTube video. Hi, goobers. I can take this away. I'm not snotty anymore. Oh my goodness. Let's get rid of that. Not snotty. Let's put the cat back. Bring back Snot May? Absolutely not. All right. Hi, goobers. Thank you so much for watching our watch through of every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained part 2. It was super fun to have you here. I'm less snotty, which is so exciting. I'll probably be watching some more 40k content. I want to get my hands on some minis and maybe paint them. If you enjoy this content, I do a lot of similar content. I'm very into games that I think are pretty adjacent, like Factorio and RimWorld and Balatro, games that touch the TISM very specifically. So if that sounds like your jam, you can always find me on twitch.tv/Gremlin Mae. If you haven't, please make sure that you like and subscribe here on YouTube. All right. Bye. Okay, the stream isn't ending. We're still streaming. We're still going. I do have to go to the bathroom. We have about 10 minutes until ads, but I can't hold it, so I'm just gonna BRB very fast. Y'all can fish while I'm gone. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Having to put on my little bathrobe like it's a blanket. Also, welcome on in, Goom Drop. Glad to have you. What should we do? I've done the thing. I've done the thing that I have to do. Not have to do, but the thing that I was gonna do. Now I don't know what else to do. Now I'm just kind of like, oh. More video essays? Yeah, let's watch that one. Okay, your life as the Emperor of Mankind 40K. Oh, we gotta do a little intro for this one. Hi, thank you so much. This is gonna be my reaction to this video. We're watching it on Twitch right now. Hopefully this makes it to YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy my content, and follow me on Twitch as well. Thanks. Let's get into it. Okay.
It's 8000 BC and humanity is still figuring out pottery and whether drinking from puddles counts as hydration. Meanwhile, a bunch of ancient psychers called shamans stare into a warp. Picture another dimension that exists parallel to ours, except it's made of pure emotion and psychic energy. They see chaos gods starting to form like black mold in a college fridge and collectively go, absolutely not. So they committed ritual group suicide, merging their souls into a single immortal guardian. And that was the Emperor of Mankind. Now, his actual origin, that's basically humanity's oldest conspiracy theory. What we know for sure is that he's a perpetual and immortal psyker who just doesn't die. Ever. He spends the next 7,000 years meddling from the shadows like humanity's most overqualified babysitter, guiding human progress here, nudging civilization there, occasionally stepping in as Alexander the Great because sometimes you need to conquer Persia to keep humanity on track. Every time some great man pops up, Leonardo da Vinci, Genghis Khan, pick your favorite, there's a non-zero chance it's just him trying out a new character build. Profit?
This is the first time after watching 3.5 hours of videos on Warhammer that I've realized that it's set in our Earth.
Miracle, baby? Sure, why not? The rest? Yeah, that's between him and his search history. He refuses to be worshipped, he refuses to stay dead, he maintains a 100% win rate against history's worst decisions. He's not doing this alone either. Other perpetuals, immortals who are just as allergic to death as he is, help guide humanity through its awkward teenage millennia. Then humanity hits its peak era, the dark age of technology, fully sentient AI, men of iron, faster than light travel, continent-sized cities, basically Star Trek if everyone chain-smoked. Predictably, everything goes sideways. The AI revolt. Imagine if every toaster, car, and supercomputer simultaneously decided humans were the problem. Billions die, entire star systems go dark. From that moment on, humanity develops a permanent phobia of anything that thinks for itself. What's left limps into something even worse, the Age of Strife. Warp storms erupt across the galaxy.
So this is the Age of Strife. Thank you for the follow, Flaming. Age of Strife is kind of where we started on the Bricky video, if I'm thinking about it correctly, or that seems like where we kind of started on the Bricky video. Okay, that's helpful.
Cutting human worlds off from each other. Untaught psychers pop up everywhere like psychic puberty gone feral. Demonic possession becomes an actual workplace hazard. Civilization doesn't crumble overnight. It explodes. That's when he finally steps out of the shadows, puts on gold armor, and decides to stop nudging history and start conquering it. But conquering what exactly? Well, it starts with Terra. That's Earth, by the way, but nobody calls it that anymore, being absolutely terrible. Terra at this point is basically a Mad Max fanfic being co-written by psychic cannibals and warlords with names like the Boar of Ursh, Warp Storm.
I love that because I kept referencing how much this reminded me of Mad Max in so many ways. Like, I'd played that game, yeah. Technically, we started with the war in heaven, which was the first thing to happen in the galaxy, but we didn't talk about humans then. I don't know the book it was written in, but one lady of one of those Imperium factions was unaffected by the Emperor's psychic power, and all she saw was a small, normal-looking dude, implying he emits an image of some larger-than-life, super-perfect human at all times. Dude, I love that so much. That's such a fun little detail. He's just a regular guy, but he's like projecting alpha males. Yeah, I bet he's so insecure about it. Oh my gosh. If I was in charge of Warhammer, I would create a faction that is completely immune to the Emperor's charms and therefore can see him for who he is, and they just make fun of him. So that's their whole job. And then I would create okay, which one? That would be the best way to flesh out the fascists because they'd hate that. The people who are completely cut from the warp. Do you know their name? Because the only ones that I know that are completely cut from the warp are the Tyranids. The Necrons? I don't think that the Necrons even talk, do they? Most of these races don't seem developed enough to actually laugh at him. That's the main thing, you know? They talk? Oh, okay. The Sisters of Silence. Oh, I hadn't heard of them. The Necrons who can talk a lot. The mobility talk. Oh, the nobility, not the mobility. Ah, okay. Well, anyway, before my bet got interrupted, I would make a faction of people that can see him, and then they'd just make fun of him. And then that's it. And then he'd get really mad about it. The Necrons and Mechanicus are very chatty and kinda sassy. Ah, interesting. Okay.
Storms tear through reality, techno-barbarians fight over scrap metal, and what passes for civilization looks like a parking lot knife fight filmed at 144p. But before we get to that, let's rewind a bit. See, the Emperor didn't just wake up one day with god-tier powers. During humanity's golden age, he took a casual stroll to a planet called Moloch, found a warp gate, and basically walked into the Chaos God's living room to negotiate a business deal. This is how it probably went. We'll give you power to create perfect super soldiers. Cool, what's the catch? Your soul. Eternal servitude. Yeah, sure. And then he immediately ghosts them. No callback, no second date. Ever since, they've been calling him Anathema, which for the record means ultimate hated thing. Yeah, this choice totally won't have any consequences.
I thought it was anathema.
Armed with stolen divine juice and zero intention of explaining where he got it, the Emperor finally steps out of the shadows. No more playing mysterious mentor.
See, I don't think that's the Sisters of Silence, but I'm not sure. Ah, never mind. Because there was another group of people that were the exact same way. So I was like, I remember him talking about those guys who have the helmets that basically if a psyker touches them, the psyker dies or whatever. Okay, so it does look like Lon, you are correct, though. The Sisters of Silence, also known as the Anathema Psychana or Silent Sisterhood, are an ancient all-female militant order serving as the anti-psychic enforcers of the Imperium of Man. So, that is correct. But I think there's also another dude as well. But you were not wrong.
Or time to go full Golden Daddy mode.
Yeah,
Enter the
Kulexis
Thunder
Assassin.
Warriors, his first public army, and proof that overkill isn't in his vocabulary. Imagine Space Marines, but bulkier, angrier, and with the emotional stability of a caffeinated honey badger. They just turned Terra's warlords into decorative paste. His right-hand man for all this? Malcador the Sigillite. Part prime minister, part wizard accountant, part guy who has to explain why the Emperor's latest idea involves more explosions. Together, they steamroll through Terra's techno-barbarian kingdoms.
And look, the Emperor had Malcador to keep track of every insane plan he made. Me, I've got meetings, script drafts, and 14 different final v2.x files. That's why I use Plod Note Pro, today's sponsor. Plod is a sleek AI note taker about the size of a credit card. You just hit the button and it captures, transcribes, summarizes everything. And you can even ask it questions later. There's also a button to highlight key moments, which is perfect for flagging the one decent idea in a 3-hour lore brainstorm. Instead of scrubbing through raw audio wondering, where did I say Thunder Warriors are just unstable gym bros? Plod just hands me the highlights, the to-dos, even a summary I can send straight to the team. Basically, it's like having a second brain, except this one actually remembers. And unlike using your phone, there's no battery drain, no storage panic, and definitely no falling into doom scrolling when you're supposed to be working. Plus, Plod is built for privacy, end-to-end encryption, and it meets SOC2, GDPR, HIPAA, and EN 18031 standards. The Emperor couldn't stop his sons from leaking to chaos, but at least your notes won't leak. Picture finishing a video meeting with your editor. Hit the button, mark the key moments, and Plod splits out a clean summary you can share with your team so nobody forgets what we actually agreed on. And if you use code GAMEMP4, you'll get 20% off. QR's on screen, links are in the pinned comment and description. So yeah, get Plod Note Pro and let your notes actually organize themselves. Now, back to the video. Once Terra's pacified, translation, everyone who disagreed is now biodegradable, the Emperor faces his next problem, spaceships and weapons. But Terra's basically a junkyard. You can't conquer the galaxy with scrap metal and good vibes. So he looks next door to Mars. Mars used to be the humanity's factory planet back when everything was awesome. They built all the cool stuff, giant robots, thinking computers, spaceships the size of cities. Then the AI revolt happened and Mars got hit hard. The survivors were left with a dilemma. They needed their advanced tech to rebuild, but they couldn't trust anything that artificially thinks. Their solution? Pretend their computers aren't thinking. They're just really religious. Meet the tech priests of Mars. These are people who replace their arms with robotic claws and their eyes with cameras because...
God, that's so orc-coded in such a funny way. Just, like, believe that it's not a problem and it's not gonna be. Like...
His flesh let them down during the robot war. They turned engineering into prayer. Your spaceship's computer isn't an AI making calculations, it's a blessed machine spirit that's really good at math because it loves the Emperor. When the Emperor shows up to those traumatized cyborg monks, they take one look at his golden glow and go, "The Messiah is here!" Does he correct them? Absolutely not. The deal is simple. Mars gets Imperial protection and permission to keep having romantic relationships with their printers. The Emperor gets weapons, spaceships, and giant robot suits. Everyone pretends the advanced computers controlling these weapons are just really devout machines with good aim. But Terra was just a warm-up. The Emperor is looking at a galaxy full, scattered of human worlds, millions of planets that got cut off during the Age of Strife and have been doing their own thing for thousands of years. Some turned into medieval death cults, others devoted into cannibalistic tribes. A few got really into worshipping giant spiders. And Thunder Warriors were perfect for beating up Earth's warlords, but Galactic Conquest? They'd probably declare war on their own spaceship's navigation system. Plus, with Terra unified, keeping unstable super soldiers around is like keeping a rabid dog as a pet, except the dog is 7 feet tall and can bench press a tank. So the Emperor quietly retires them all and gets to work on the next gen model, Space Marines. Genetic.
Okay, I do have a question. Why didn't he just make the Thunder guys into Space Marines? Like, why wasn't he just like, okay, your job is now to do something else? Was there a reason for that? Or was he just like, I'm done with you? And that's why, like, he got rid of them. I mean, like, in some ways kind of understandable, but too much free will? Too short-lived? Okay, lots of reasons, got it.
Genetically enhanced warriors built from the DNA of 20 designer babies he's been cultivating in secret labs beneath his palace. These babies are called Primarchs, and they're basically demigods designed to be the perfect generals for humanity.
So Mad Max coded.
It's going great until everything goes sideways. The Chaos Gods, still salty about the whole Molech situation, decide to crash the baby shower. They crack open the incubation pods and scatter the Primarchs across the galaxy like the world's most
Also, if you guys ever want to play a TTRPG that has the vibes of Mad Max and like kind of like that era of Earth or Terra before they were reunified and everything, try Apocalypse World by Vincent and Mackay Baker. Oh, captures those vibes immaculately. It's also one of the like OG tabletop games. Literally defined a genre of tabletop games. So good. Highly recommend.
confetti. But wait, there's more. Turns out Erda, another perpetual, might have helped them to do it. Why? Because she realized the Emperor was turning their divine children into weapons, and that's apparently where she drew the line. It's the ultimate custody battle. Dad wants to militarize the kids, Mom launches them into space to give them normal childhoods on random death worlds. Look, nobody said perpetuals were good at parenting. The Emperor's response? Does he panic? Does he rage? Nope. He looks at the empty pods, shrugs, and goes, well, I kept copies of their DNA. Guess we're doing this the hard way. He cranks out Space Marine legions tailored to each missing Primarch's genetic code and announces the Great Crusade, a galaxy-wide road trip to find his scattered kids and reunite humanity under one big, happy, genocidal empire. Meanwhile, he's got a secret side project running, the Imperial Webway. Remember how humans
I didn't
have
hear
to
much
travel
about
through
this.
the warp, where chaos demons hang out like interdimensional highway robbers? The Emperor's plan is to hack into the Eldar's ancient transit network. Eldar are like space elves with a superiority complex who built galactic highways before humans discovered fire. This would give humanity its own demon-free subway system. It's brilliant. It's foolproof. It would completely cut
It's like
chaos
little
out of
wormholes.
humanity's future. Mission statement. Find the kids, save mankind, build an empire that lasts forever. What could possibly go wrong? If you said literally everything, congratulations, you understand Warhammer 40k. So with that ominous setup out of the way, the Emperor now had everything he needed. An army, a fleet, and 20 missing demigod sons scattered across the galaxy. Time to go find them. The Great Crusade is less military campaign and more galaxy-wide road trip with mandatory compliance. Space Marine legions hit system after system, desert worlds, hive cities, feral death planets filled with things that have too many teeth. Each is given a simple choice: join humanity's future or get redecorated by orbital bombardment. It's diplomacy, but with more craters. Meanwhile, the Lost Primarchs begin turning up one by one, fully grown, ruling whatever random world they landed on, and somehow thriving despite zero childhood supervision.
Are there any Primarchs that when they found them like weren't ruling, they were just kind of like vibing? They were just like, nah, man. I'm just chilling. I'm just having a good time. Yeah, some. Oh, okay. Sanguine kind of. Yeah.
Rabute Gilliman of the Ultramarines, Blue Roman Tax Nerds. Jagatai Khan of the White Scars, Jed by Genghis Khan. Sanguinus of the Blood Angels, Literal Angel, everyone's favorite. Rogaldorn of the Dual Fists, wall-building pain enthusiast. Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands, hot-headed, loses his head. Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, perfectionist turned kinslayer. Vulcan of the Salamanders, gentle giant who suffers horribly. Korax of the Raven Guard, brooding Batman knockoff. And Magnus the Red of the Thousand Suns, magic addict with dad issues. And of course, Horus Lupercal of the Luna Wolves, Golden Child, best friend, War Master, and future biggest disappointment in galactic history. There were 20 Primarchs originally, 18 recovered.
I'm sorry. Someone on YouTube said, also what I would recommend is pretty old but still Bricky cat made stream.
Each weirder than the last.
The internet is
Primarchs,
forever,
the second
folks.
And 11th got so
Don't
thoroughly
forget.
screwed up that the Emperor had them and their entire legions
That's so
deleted
funny.
from history. Like, aggressively deleted. We're talking about the kind of mistakes that make you burn all the evidence and pretend it never happened. Each of the remaining 18 brings their own flavor of daddy issues that will definitely not cause problems later. But everything shifts when the Emperor finds Horus Lupercal. By the time the Crusade reaches Alinor, where they face the biggest orc invasion in galactic history, the Imperium is at its peak. I'm not going to go too into detail into orcs. You can check out this video if you want to know more about them. Millions of green-skinned warriors led by a beast the size of a building, all screaming and shooting at anything that moves. The final showdown? The Emperor and Horus tag-teaming this absolute unit until the Emperor delivers a final killing blow that sends their leader crashing down like a failed building. It's humanity's greatest victory. Naturally, the Emperor decides this is the perfect moment to promote Horus and peace out. Horus is officially promoted to War Master, placed in charge of the entire galactic expansion, while the Emperor runs to Terra to focus on his secret project, building humanity's Webway Gate. He's strapped into the Golden Throne, a massive psychic machine that lets him hold the portal shut while crews try to build humanity's demon-free subway system. Horus continues to push the crusade forward, conquering world after world.
Okay,
until
so
his
Horus
legion
just got a
reaches the
really big
planet Death.
head.
There, he's wounded by a chaos-tainted blade. Taken to a healing temple run by Erebus of the World Bearers, a chaplain who's secretly been worshipping chaos for years. Horus is shown visions, the Emperor abandoning his sons, planning to become a god, discarding them like tools. Horus believes every word. He wakes up not healed, but converted. First quietly, then deliberately he begins twisting everything he once led. Loyal legions get reassigned into kill zones, warp weapons go missing, Primarchs begin choosing sides without saying a word. The Great Crusade became corrupted, and soon half the Imperium will be killing the other half before anyone even realizes a civil war has already begun.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, Magnus the Reed sees Horus going full villain speedrun and thinks, I have to warn Dad. Problem is, Magnus's version of sending a text as Kool-Aid Manning straight through every psychic firewall on Terra. The message gets through, the warning works, but so does
He's
the
even
collateral
balder
damage,
now.
because the shockwave doesn't just knock on the Emperor's door, it blows a hole straight into his Webway project. Yeah, his big plan to give humanity its own backdoor highway through the galaxy. No demons, no chaos, just safe travel forever. Basically the one thing that could have broken the cycle. Now, it's trashed. The palace basement is flooding with demons like somebody left the warp faucet open. The Emperor has two options. Let Terra drown or let Horus burn down the galaxy. And he picks the option that hurts the least. He abandons the Webway. He chooses to hold the line. Malcador, his oldest friend and confidant, volunteers to take his place on the Golden Throne temporarily. The strain kills
Okay,
Malcador
listen.
almost instantly.
It's not that Magnus did anything wrong, but it's like he's so dumb that in trying to do the right thing, he messed it all up. You know? We could have ruled a Webway. We could have had it all.
He literally crumbles to dust, but it buys the Emperor enough time to go after his wayward son. Meanwhile, Horus sends loyal elements of his own legion to Isfahan III under the pretense of crushing rebellion,
done that
then Virus
before? I
storms
don't
them
know.
from
I don't
orbit
think
while they're
so.
still saluting. Loyalists die thinking they were following orders. The message is brutal and deliberate, he's not coming back. Word of this reaches Terra, distorted by warp storms, lies, and bureaucratic confusion. By the time the Emperor realizes what's really happening, Horus has already weaponized the Great Crusade against itself. Recruitment requests become death warrants, compliance actions become massacres. More and more Primarchs quietly choose sides, some out of resentment and some out of pride. Some because bloodshed is their love language, and some because this is the Chaos God's endgame and they've been planning it since day one. Then comes Isfahan V, where trust goes to die. 7 legions show up to arrest Horus. The Iron Hand...
Okay, why is that attached to Horus's head? Like, is it... why is it attached to his skull?
Salamanders and Raven Guard deploy first, charging straight into battle like they're expecting backup. Their reinforcements arrive right on schedule, except they immediately start shooting the Loyalists instead of the traitors. The Loyalists realize what's happening about 30 seconds too late. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands and the Emperor's most hot-headed son, gets his head chopped off by Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's children, and his own brother and former best friend. Vulcan, the Salamander's gentle giant Primarch who just wanted to protect people, gets captured and tortured in ways that would make Saw look like a kid's movie. Korax, the Raven Guard's brooding stealth expert, barely escapes with his sanity intact and a new hobby, plotting revenge. At this point, the rebellion has gone galactic. Horus drives straight for Terra, warp storms churn behind
I love that evil people just end up so ugly in the end.
him. Loyalist worlds are given a single choice, kneel to chaos or burn for eternity. The siege of Terra begins. Rogaldorn fortifies the Imperial Palace into a fortress bigger than continents. Jagatai Khan, Sanguinius, the Custodes, the Emperor's personal golden bodyguards who make Space Marines look like mall cops, and Malcador's shadowy agents fight street by street. Giant
The first 3 Horus Heresy books, by the way, are so good. Are you recommending the first 3 because that's the only 3 you've read out of 64? Perhaps that's what being hot looks like in the warp, maybe. You've read 30 of them? I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game. I'm so sorry.
War robots called Titans, think Godzilla with cannons, wade across what used to be the Himalayas. Demons crawl into reality through breaches from the warp storms, and Horus does the smartest stupid thing possible. He lowers his void shields. Everyone knows what it means. It's an invitation and a trap. The Emperor takes it anyway. He teleports around Horus's flagship with Sanguinius and Rogel Dorn. Sanguinius reaches Horus first. He tries using Talk No Jutsu, but that ends with Horus snapping his spine. By the time the Emperor arrives, he finds Sanguinius already dead, wings broken, neck snapped, the works. The duel that follows doesn't look like a fight. It looks like two gods tearing.
Are you telling me that like the coolest Primarch is like dead? Man, I don't know if I like this.
Holes in reality. The Emperor keeps pulling his punches, still hoping his favorite son might snap out of it. Then Horus casually murders Alania's person.
I liked it better before I knew he was dead.
The same immortal buddy who
the Black Rage.
Forever. Just
I
to
knew he
prove
was
there's
dead, never
nothing
mind.
left worth saving. The Emperor finally stops holding back. The Emperor unleashes a psychic blast so powerful Horus isn't just killed, he's erased. Mind, body, soul, past, future, gone. Victory comes at a cost though. The Emperor's body shattered, his lungs failing, heart barely working. Rogel Dorn drags what's left of his father back to Terra and shoves him into the only thing that might hold his soul together, the Golden Throne. Now it's modified to be part life support machine, part psychic amplifier. It burns through 1,000 psychers a day, their souls shoveled in like coal just to make his body twitch and his psychic light stay on. Failure means the Astronomicon. It's basically his psychic lighthouse that guides human ships through the warp going dark and humanity being instantly doomed. The Emperor doesn't die, he simply stops living in any way that makes sense. With the Emperor silent, unable to speak, move, or even blink, the power shifts from a warrior king to something far worse. Bureaucracy. The High Lords of Terra rise, generals, cardinals, admirals, politicians, each claiming to interpret his divine will. The Imperium isn't governed so much as argued into submission. Departments multiply like rats. Wars are declared via paperwork. Dissent becomes heresy. Thought becomes a crime. To prevent another Horus, Rabute Gilliman breaks the Space Marine legions into smaller chapters, each controlled by different worlds and masters. No more godlike Primarch-led armies, he says. Meanwhile, the Imperial cult spreads like wildfire. Despite the Emperor explicitly banning religion during his life, the Ecclesiarchy, the Imperium's official church, now preaches that he is a literal
Ecclesiarchy?
god. Billions believe he watches their every move from the throne, judging every thought, every breath, every prayer. This wasn't his plan, but no one listens to a corpse, even if it's technically still screaming in the warp. Over the next 10,000 years, the Imperium slowly rots from.
Okay, but like, couldn't they just go to the warp and listen to him or something? Come on.
Inside. With no emperor to guide them, the High Lords interpret his will through committee meetings and power grabs. Technology becomes too sacred to understand, better to pray to the machine spirit than risk innovation. Knowledge gets buried under layers of ritual and paranoia. Progress becomes heresy. The Imperium becomes the greatest empire in galactic history, and somehow also the most horrifying to live in. Somewhere,
one does not
buried
simply
beneath the
walk
machinery
into
and
the warp.
sacrifices,
Understood.
the Emperor's spirit continues to fight. He shines as the Astronomicon. He appears in dreams and tarot visions. Living saints occasionally rise, shooting holy fire and refusing to die when shot. Now, whether because of him or because trillions believe hard enough that it becomes true, he's a prisoner who must never be allowed to die. Because if the Emperor ever lets go, even for a moment, chaos wins everything. Fast forward 1,000 years and that slow decay finally hits critical mass. The galaxy literally tears in half. The Cicatrix Maledictum, a permanent warp storm the size of the Milky Way, splits the Imperium like a wishbone, trapping half of humanity on the demon side, with no Emperor's light to guide them. Worlds disappear overnight, demons break traffic laws, and everything accelerates toward total collapse. But have no fear, for Rabute Gilliman is here. He wakes up from 10,000 years in stasis, courtesy of Eldar magic and tech priest Belisarius Call, who's been secretly upgrading Space Marines without permission for millennia. Gilliman surveys his father's empire, Gothic cathedrals built on human sacrifice, skulls decorating everything, and declares, "This is not according to regulation." He assumes command as Imperial Regent, launches the Indomitus Crusade to reclaim lost worlds, and drags humanity back from the brink through bureaucracy and rage. Behind
Dude, it seems like every time they have a problem in the Imperium of Man, They're like, let's just do a crusade about it, you know? Oh! Games Workshop sometimes advances the timeline to keep things interesting. Cool.
In closed doors, he meets the Emperor physically and emerges, describing his father as cold, fragmented, recognizing me only as a useful tool. Meanwhile, whispers spread through the Inquisition. Is the Emperor evolving into a warp god? Dying on the throne? Being transformed by humanity's worship into something unrecognizable? The Star Child theory suggests he's cocooning into a divine entity, though mentioning it means execution for heresy. Across the galaxy, orc wags! Tyranid hive fleets, Necron dynasties, and warp-spawned rebellions assault humanity from every direction. Yet the Imperium staggers forward through spite and bureaucratic momentum. The man who spent 40,000 years fighting gods and banning religion now sits as humanity's greatest deity, burning 1,000 souls daily in his golden prison. The father who designed perfect sons watched half betray him to the very enemies he fought to defeat. But he's still fighting, every day for 10 millennia, holding back chaos through pure stubborn will. So when that Imperial Guard trooper charges into hell, bayonet fixed, screaming, "The Emperor protects!" into certain death, he's right. The Emperor does protect, not because he chose this fate. He protects because he's too stubborn to let ancient evils win, even if it kills him one soul at a time. The man who fought gods became one. The father who saved sons watched them fall. The Emperor who banned faith became its center. But when chaos presses against reality's walls and demons whisper surrender, the Emperor protects, and he always will. Thanks again to Plaid for sponsoring.
Okay, so I have a question. Why doesn't someone else just build the warp way? You guys answer that while I go to the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. Inventing things in the Imperium sounds like heresy. Yeah, because it's very hard to do and kind of impossible to do if you aren't the Emperor. This is a man who eats 1,000 psychers a day to stay alive and keep the barrier between reality and hell closed. No one is him but him. Also, I think it's partially because it was a secret project, so knowing how is also part of the problem. Okay. I wasn't sure because it seemed like it was gonna fix everybody's problems. And then they just like didn't do it. So I don't know. That seems kind of wild. Anyway, that was nice. I liked that video. Your Life is the Emperor of Mankind by @game_mp4. That was fun. I liked that. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Magnus broke it permanently with that blender. Ah, okay. Malkador was like the second strongest psyker, and he turned into a prune just sitting in the throne for a bit. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Looks like he has a lot of these, videos about your life as... Yeah, I mean that was a great little snippet, great little video. Bricky put out a video called Alan Wake 1, the best 6 out of 10 game I've ever played. I'll watch that on my own time. It's an hour long. Love that. So good. I mean, Alan Wake 1 is definitely a 6 out of 10 game. I agree with that. I mean, it's a good game, but it is definitely a 6 out of 10. He really nailed that one. Definitely knew what was going on there. Dude, I feel like worn out. I spent so much time working on that video this morning. 3 hours on it. You know, and then we got to stream and we watched our video and we did it. And I gotta do it again tonight, so... Well, Ash, that's just when you gotta make your own TTRPG, you know? Thank you, Harp. I hope I have. If you have Zon Prime, there's an episode of Secret Level that has a 40... I've never heard of Secret Level. Yeah, I'm streaming a little bit later than normal. I think we might end here. I know I haven't streamed as long today, but streaming while sick has been pretty intense. Oh, and Bo's on. Oh, Bo's also sick. Poor Barley.
But I never have to.
Aw. Am I winning? I think so. I think so. Totally understand. Totally understand, yeah. I've had a really great day hanging out with you guys though. Huge shout out to Stillrat for that raid earlier. That was a monumental raid, honestly. Big deal for me. Yeah. I'm not when I'm sick, I'm way less patient than normal, and so I'm like, I want those videos to do well because like I spend a lot of time on all of my videos and I always hope that people watch them, but a lot of it is just algorithm stuff, so it doesn't get pushed out. And I'm hoping that with this 4K stuff I can get more eyes on my other stuff that I've put a lot of time into as well. So yeah. I've really enjoyed it. I really like the lore. I thought it would be fun to learn, but I've been surprised at how much I really enjoyed it. Yeah. It seems Like, we could do a Magic the Gathering Smash or Pass, but based only on the cards that I have, which is not a lot of them. I think that'd be kind of funny. Then you can see what Magic cards I have. I don't know. Magic cards are one of those things where I'm like, I want to talk about it. I want to consume it and understand it, but it's like Warhammer. It's so hard to get into. And I have a friend who's very into it. Like I've said, that's the friend who plays Vintage Cube, but I don't know. It's difficult to pick up. But I think it'd be fun to give it a go. I'd like to learn like the basics of how to play. I knew it one time, but you feel after the release of the Space Marine 2 game last year, it's brought a lot of eyes to 40k. Magic lore is weird and a bit all over the place. Yeah, it doesn't seem as ripe for the picking. I would listen. Y'all know I don't like D&D, but I actually do like a lot of the D&D lore. I find it very interesting. And as someone who does tabletop stuff, even if it isn't really D&D, I wouldn't mind learning a little bit about the D&D stuff. Yeah, the Souls lore just, I don't know. I think because I haven't ever played any of the Souls games and I don't really know anything adjacent to it. Like, Warhammer at least like makes sense to me as like a big space thing, but Souls is very niche. Oh, I have Tabletop Simulator, yeah. I didn't know that it had every card and every pre-built deck. That's pretty sick. That's nice. Very, accessible, feels like. I would watch D&D podcasts while playing Dark Souls. It felt very similar. Yeah, sure, Harp. I don't know what you mean, Jolt, when you ask what kind of magic cards. What kind of magic cards what? Okay, I think we are going to... Yeah, we're gonna raid Bo. Oh, Magic the Gathering. Sorry, I thought I made that very clear. Yeah, we're gonna raid Bo. Sorry, I kind of spaced out. Why don't we go ahead and send our love her way. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Yeah. If you aren't already in the Discord, make sure you go ahead and join. Thank you guys for hanging out. It really was so much fun. I'm sorry I'm so tired. I think that weird leave schedule last night was strange. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. And I will see you tomorrow, 12 p.m. CST. We might finally get back to Factorio. We'll see. So, alright. See you goobers later. Bye.